Good evening, everybody. We might get started. And if we'd like to stand up for the prayer and acknowledgement. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of our beautiful lands and our surrounding waters, the Ramangeri and the Ngarrindjeri people. As a community, we recognise and we respect their cultural connection with the land and with the waters.
Almighty God, we ask you to bless this council and allow it to be an agent of change to the people of this city and beyond. Direct and prosper its deliberations to the honouring of your name and the welfare of the people whom it serves. Amen.
We gratefully acknowledge the men and women of the Navy, Army and Air Force who made the supreme sacrifice in the preservation of Australia's freedom and democracy. We also proclaim our gratitude to those who returned to us.
I'd like to welcome you all and welcome the people in the gallery and welcome the people listening at home to the first council meeting of the new year and indeed the new decade. I hope that you've all had a relaxing Christmas and New Year break. Certainly for many in our community, their New Year and Christmas was highlighted by their heroism and their volunteering spirit. And I'd like to publicly thank all of our emergency services, women and men who volunteered in the fires interstate at Cuddly Creek and on Kangaroo Island. And certainly Councillor Robertson is amongst those that did volunteer over that break, so thank you. Your assistance and the assistance of all was truly appreciated by those communities. I'd also like to thank publicly while I can the many community members and Victor Harbor residents who have volunteered their time, have brought hope where it has seemed hopeless and brought comfort in the face of distress. I know that many of you are continuing to volunteer your time and efforts in this recovery phase of the fires, and that ongoing assistance that you're giving is truly appreciated. As a council, we have some exciting projects for the year ahead, and I know that all of your councillors aim to work together for the benefit of the Victor Harbor community, and we look forward to working with you all over the coming year. Please, anybody feel free to contact either myself or any one of us if you'd like some assistance with anything, or if you have any ideas on how to make Victor Harbor an even better place to live in. In respect for those who have lost their lives in the bushfires, I would like to hold a minute's silence. So please stand again if you are able. I don't have any apologies or leave of absence, and there are no items adjourned and or lying on the table. So we come to item 5, the minutes of the previous meeting, and the recommendation is that the minutes of the meeting held the 16th of December be confirmed as true and accurate. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield, thank you. And do I have someone to second that? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Any discussion? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. Item 6, declaration of members' interest. I have one conflict of interest form here by Councillor Hales. If there are any other members that may have a conflict of interest in today's council meeting, I remind you that you'll need to declare it prior to the item being addressed. We have one deputation, and that is from Mike Smoker, who's talking about Main Street matters. And we have a deputation from Ben Blatchford that was refused because it's in relation to a current matter which is being dealt with by the Mutual Liability Scheme. So, Mr. Smoker, if you'd like to come forward for your deputation. You have 10 minutes to speak to the council, and there will be a bell goes off after 9 minutes, so that you've got a minute to wrap up if you haven't finished. Thank you. So would you like to turn your microphone on? Yep, beautiful, thank you.
Okay, I don't think I'll need 10 minutes because I've spoken to most of the councillors in the interim building up to this at Main Street items. But we own a number of businesses. One is Sinclair Florist, which was located at one side of the Main Street, and we shifted to the other side, the larger premises. During that time, our letting agent said to come to council to make sure that we had all our approvals and what have you in place, which I duly did. But what I found out there, my experience of being involved in that has led me to where I am today. And it turned out to be to do with issues surrounding the change of use or land use for the property and what would be required there and the funds required. Also, we had some items that we wanted to do, like have a cafe or cafe chairs, then the contribution to parking as it's mandated or within the council was explained to me, and I would think that's an onerous thing for that. And as I looked into other issues, as I spoke to other traders, particularly in the southern end of Ocean Street from Coral Street down. In fact, I spoke with all of the private owners there, not the corporates, large corporates, and we have a consensus of items that came through. To that end, I've spoken to most of the councillors. I've had an opportunity to speak with Her Worship the Mayor and with the CEO about these initiatives, and that's led to where we are today. It appears to me from what Councillor Charles has agreed to put up as far as motions are concerned, the only drawback to that was a officer commentary about how these issues should be dealt with, and that's where I want to focus right now. There was the words used as a holistic approach, which means that we would defer these particular matters until we had a broader community meeting, forum, symposium, whatever you wanted to call that, to discuss that, which I think is some much bigger issues to come forward, which are brewing in the community at the moment. Everyone will be aware of those, and the issues that I particularly wanted to have dealt with are specific to the Main Street. They are targeted and specific. It's reinstating some of the policies that councils had before, and putting things back to remove the impediment for business and enterprise to go about things in an orderly fashion. I've been pleased with the correspondence that I've received back from the Mayor and by the CEO in regard to our particular position, but I'm looking more objectively than subjectively. That just comes direct to me. And for an example, if we had someone that came into the Main Street that was looking to pick up a tenancy and then maybe have a 40-seat restaurant, and the shop was used for something else previously, like a jeweller or any other there, they correctly would be told at the counter that they may have to be involved with change of use. In my case, it was $701. And secondly, if they wanted to put 40 seats in there and the parking provision wasn't made for that particular tenancy from previous times, they would be subject to $12,000 per seat. So they'd want $450,000 in council fees before that business could even get off the ground. You'd have to then go back deeper into the administration for that. So the items that I want to be brought on include removal of the parking or capping. Councillor Howells had an excellent motion that was in place previously, but it had a sunset clause and that expired and wasn't picked up in the chamber for whatever reason. It just hasn't been extended. Excellent example of things being lost in transit and not being put in there. So that's come to the attention again, and this motion here was intended to reinstate what Councillor Charles had previously put in place. I think the change of usage aspect and the other stuff surrounding that for existing tenancies is an onerous thing. If it's an existing retail tenancy, just let enterprise get on with the job without charging them a fee and being involved with that. The changing of the street signs and the parking at the southern end of the street, I understand went through council May 21 last year, and the signs are still not changed. You've set up a parking fee trap there, right? So the rule is it's 2 hours. Signs haven't been changed yet. Your parking inspector is enormously active in that area, going around to ping people. Now, whether those existing fines are lawful or not is something to be considered. However, you need to change the signs. Just get on and change the signs, and you can do that with a stroke of a pen. So I just want to emphasise the importance of supporting economic development in the community, remove the barriers of doing business now that you can do with a stroke of pen, in your case, your vote when the motions come up, and remove the barriers for doing business and make it easy for people to come in. Considering the bigger picture for that, which is the last part of these motions that Peter will bring on, I trust, there's bigger fish to fry here, right? And that will require lots of input from all different groups and people in the community, not just the traders in the main street, because it affects us all. So a vibrant, precinct of retail, shopping, activity helps the community in many ways, not just the traders that are down there. So I implore you not to give these items small importance and wrap them up into something that happened down the track, because that could be 6, 8, 10, 12 months away before you get these initiatives in. And I know that many of the traders are struggling in the main street now, and they might not be there in 6, 8, 10, 12 months. So please don't defer this. Give it the consideration that's needed to be done now. Make these changes. It doesn't really cost you anything, but will make it easier for business to get on with it. Let's make Victor Harbour open for business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Smoker. Does anybody have any questions in relation to Mike's deputation? Councillor Kemp.
Thanks, Mike, for your presentation. Just a question, how do you feel about retrospective process where in the last 12 months people have been, if this goes through these motions, then you would expect council to give retrospect? What's your position on retrospect payments back to the community through this process?
Don't actually have a position on that, David, so I think that's a matter for council itself to consider, whether or not. That's not my intention of bringing this here. My intention is to make things easier for the community and for the traders, and we'll leave the particular things that are not focused on there to other deliberations, I think. But thank you for the question.
Thank you. Councillor Charles.
You picked up on that, pulling the microphone forward. I'm just wondering whether we bring this motion on notice, number 20, item 20 forward immediately after this fresh information, or the information's fresh in our minds.
Certainly, with if you'd like to move that way, with the rest of the council are happy for that, with the leave of the meeting, you could. I've just got a question for Mike. Have you talked to Business Victor Harbour about this? I mean, the council's doing lots of work around economic development and Main Street development in that whole area with Business Victor Harbour, and I wonder how much you've talked to them, as they're the representative of most of the businesses in that area.
The answer to your question is yes, and their executive officer is sitting alongside me tonight. We've had a number of discussions about what goes on. This is not counter to Business Victor Harbour's initiatives that are coming forward, and in fact all it does is just clear up some procedural matters and other things that have, I think, insensibly been reinstated here that can just be fixed up initially. So yes, I have been dealing with that, but it doesn't affect what they're trying to do. There's the master plan, there's the parking issues, there's all other sorts of things which are overarching to this, but these are just small specific things that can be done, reinstating some items and removing some barriers. So I think broadly, I have the support of Business Victor Harbour. I hope so. He can nod in affirmation. I can't see behind me. And this is not contrary or counter to that. In fact, it's supportive of at least getting a start and demonstrating that we are wanting to be involved with economic development and get some sensible things in place and move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Little, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, particularly if we're going to move into this item fairly much straight after this deputation and these questions are closed. Michael, I spoke with you about this, and my question to you is in relation to your fifth and final point about the forum chaired by an independent body or person or something. What are you seeking from council in that? If you're seeking an independent person to run a forum, I'm unsure as to why it is you put it to council to do that. Why not the traders of Victor Harbour or Main Street take the lead and establish that? And I'm sure that they'd get the support of Business Victor Harbour along for that and elected members and council.
Excellent question. Thank you, Brian. The answer to that is I also have had a recent meeting with the CEO and the Mayor to discuss how a forum or a symposium might come together, a meeting would come together in that fashion. I think the general consensus of that was it really falls under business or economic development within the city, and the council's in the best position to begin that process, invite people to come and provide the facility for that structure. The reason for an independent chair for that was that council itself, both the staff and elected members, will have an important role in that particular meeting if you vote it to come ahead. And it was my opinion that if it was not just council run, but with a councillor, the Mayor, her worship, or a member of staff, the CEO or someone else, on the stage trying to moderate that meeting, then it's difficult for that person then to be seen to be impartial, even though they act very professionally and they are impartial. So an independent moderator for there can then, someone professional, we may have to pay them, they may be willing to do it for nothing, can isolate particular people who may have an angst or extra grind or are intense about their argument. They can be captured then and thanked for their input and put to one side rather than having to be answered from the chair who they think may be answerable to their problem. And I think we'd get a better outcome for the community overall, because it's the intention is not to have a crucifixion in the street or let blood with this. It's about bringing ideas together and have it in a fashion that we're going to get the most positive outcome for that overall. And that's my wish for that, and that's what I hope would happen.
I think we're starting to talk about motions more specifically now. So, Councillor Howes, you've got a question. After Councillor Howes' question, I'll ask the council, with your leave, if you would like to go to item 20.1 and 20.6 to look at these, but I'll need your two-thirds majority to do that. But I'll just ask Councillor Howes if he's got a question first.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. And thank you, Mike, for coming and doing the deputation tonight. Sorry that I haven't been able to get back to you in relation to this matter, but I have read all the information in front of us. You certainly agree with you on the car parking fund. It had a sunset clause right before an election and it didn't get picked back up afterwards. And so happy to see that back on the list of things to do. Although it is about per spaces provided, it's not per seat at a table, the fee. Thankfully, it's not that unreasonable. My question is around a couple of the other things in there, like the facade grant scheme, which fitted within Council's economic development activity area and has only recently been pulled out of our budget due to certain elected members' concerns about Council's budget as a whole. And so therefore, those were the things that got selected for removal. What are your thoughts or feelings around your rates bill, for instance? You're asking for a service. Are you happy with your rates bill? Are you happy for it to go up to cover the extended service? Or please share your thoughts around that.
That's probably a self-fulfilling question, Nick, but just as a background, we have seen on facades and fronts of buildings in different parts of the world, and the one that pricked up our interest was when we travelled to Ireland and we were in the township of Dingle, and in there they have painted on the wall a picture of a woman, right, who has these big wings out the side. She looks like an angel. It's life size, right? And that's what we wanted to replicate outside of our shop there. Most women who go to Dingle see that cannot help themselves but go and stand in that space and have their photo taken. So it's not necessarily an enhancement for us for retail or other purpose. It's a gift to the community and will brighten up the main street and maybe just add something. And it can be done with us. I've already got the artist in hand. It can be done with us within a couple of weeks. I was shocked when I rang up about it and said, you know, we'll provide dollar for dollar, but let's just get this thing up. It will be something that does it, to find out that we're still contributing to the differential rate, but part of what we contribute to the differential rate over, you know, in the case of Sinclair Forest, it's 37 years. Now we come to action and want to take use of that, no longer available. And many of the other traders up and down the street, like I said, I spoke to all the private traders. Most of those, except for the old heads in there, there's only 2 or 3 left now, had no idea that existed. Right? And so it's just disappeared off the map. So yeah, if we're going to pay and it's in that fund, let's have that, and we can brighten things up a bit more and add to the buzz of the place, and also start to get that feeling that we are, you know, going places and moving forward. And of course, it's 2020, so let's have some good vision here. You know?
Okay. Thank you. I'm aware of the time. Thank you very much, Mr. Smoker. Would members like to move on to item 20.1 and 20.6? Can I have a show of hands if you'd like to do that? Ron?
If we're going to go down this track and we're talking about Main Street Precinct, and there's another item on the agenda that deals directly with Ocean Street, and that's 11.2.1. I'm wondering whether, if we're going to go down the track of jumping to item 20, I'll be flagging that on the back of that. I'd like to discuss that motion as well while we have people in the room, in the gallery, if that's okay. I don't know the process.
I'd second that.
With the leave of the meeting, I'd like to deal with these 2 motions on notice first, and then if you'd like to do that, then you can put you can ask the meeting, and we can do that separately. Otherwise, we'll get ourselves all confused. So is everybody happy to move to item 20.1? Okay, thank you very much. We've got more than 2/3 majority. So 20.1, motion on notice, preservation of Main Street traders. Councillor Charles. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the motion on notice report regarding the preservation of Main Street traders. Someone want to move that way? Councillor. Councillor Robertson moving that way. Councillor Henderson seconding that. Any discussion? All those in favour? It's carried unanimously, thank you. Just wait for Karina to catch up. Karina? Councillor Charles, would you like to propose your motion? Also note that there is an alternative recommendation proposed by administration there as well.
Thank you for that, Mayor. Firstly, Mike Smoker put a proposition to us most eloquently, and I'm impressed by that. And I'm also impressed by the commentary given by the council person here to this motion. I put this motion in before I'd spoken to Mike Smoker, and I chose to leave it in. I was going to withdraw it, but I see there are some features of it that are a little bit different from the other one, or they're supportive of the other. I would, though, like to just reinforce, because I'll speak to this, but yeah, perhaps I'll speak to it first, and then I'd like to talk to your alternative motion. There are actually
So which one are you proposing, Councillor
Well,
Charles?
we've got five points here, and I'd like to speak to my own at this stage.
And which one are you
Well,
proposing? Are you
number
going
two, they're the list of fees and charges. I'll read it out then. Charged to new businesses attempting to start in the Main Street precinct be compiled with an explanation as to why these fees and charges are justified, and make available to council a scrutiny and review in order to encourage new business initiatives rather than impede or discourage causing any further detriment to the central business district or precinct I've got. 3, that the issue be introduced as an item for discussion for the first possible opportunity, next informal gathering of council. And 4, that the CBD businesses be invited to present in writing or verbally their views and suggestions, the purpose being that councillors and staff develop a clear understanding of the issues experienced by them. So all of that leads up to the alternative motion here, number 5, by the councillors, by the administration. And the administration's recommended alternative motion is good with me. That administration organise an informal gathering for elected members for the purpose of workshopping businesses, development concerns and related challenges for businesses within the Main Street precinct with a view to reviewing council policy that impacts the precinct. Now, the only addition I'd like to see in there is, and I'd like to make an alteration to it, is that it would be elected members, key stakeholders, as in invited members of Ocean Street, or all the traders in Ocean Street, and the Victor Harbor or the Business Victor Harbor administration, whoever they choose to bring, and that we kick the ball around first so that we know what we're going to discuss later on at our informal gathering that we will eventually have.
So can I just confirm that it's the alternative recommendation that you're moving and that you're adding onto there a gathering for elected members,
Key stakeholders,
key
Ocean Street
stakeholders,
stakeholders.
and
and I
key
wouldn't-
stakeholders and Business Harbour representatives. Yep.
Key stakeholders, and I would not exclude people who are in Coral Street or anywhere else
Yep.
in the CBD for that
People
matter.
can nominate themselves
Yeah,
as key.
exactly.
So
And so-
the motion that the councillors will be voting on is number 5,
Mhm.
the alternative recommendation with those added words.
Now, I might just put
Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct,
Yes,
okay, yep.
that's correct. We're just including 2 other parties, 2 other vital parties.
Yep.
It's no good us banging it around here because we haven't really, with respect, got anywhere. In fact, we haven't been getting anywhere or even concentrating on this issue until, it's now come up. And this should have been done perhaps years ago. We had a Main Street Traders or a Main Street group, what were they called? Whatever they were called. We didn't see much come out of that. And now, of course, we've got the Victor Harbor, Business Victor Harbor getting into gear. And I don't know what they've got on the plate, but they've obviously got something happening, and that's good to know. Okay, now for some emotive stuff. My motive for the motions is very clear. I believe Main Street, some call it the High Street, others the heart of CBD, is moving toward a critical mass. Waving? Sorry. Oh, thank you. Critical mass is a point where there may be a time too many empty properties in the main street to repopulate. What percentage of unoccupied shops is of concern? Well, it's about 60% occupied at this stage. How many would be too many to dissuade new traders to take a lease? At what level do shoppers start to shop elsewhere? Is it retail suicide to raise this issue in council right now and put another nail in the coffin of the self-employed family businesses? We shouldn't really necessarily be broadcasting that there's difficulties there, but there are difficulties there and we can't ignore it. Certainly this is not the sort of publicity the small business Main Street traders want, but the ever-increasing number of vacancies is no secret that we can keep. Why do I single out the Main Street? Because it's the heart of the city, and what befalls in the heart affects other parts of the body of the central business district. The first symptoms we see are the physical signs, which are much harder to detect and diagnose, are the mental effects of traders and shoppers. Council's CBD makeover is underway and there's a welcome foundation. I believe there is an optimism that sometime in the future, after the stress, pain and loss of income during construction, the area will thrive. This, I hope, will be the case. But what can we do to sustain the traders until the makeover is complete? Not every shop can sell coffee and cake, but until that time of great anticipated revival, Council needs to do more, and I believe has a direct responsibility to do more and keep the flame burning in the meantime. Council can, if it has a desire, to bend over backwards, to go the extra mile, to advise, recommend, assist, and to say yes to every reasonable request from traders new and existing. Council needs to shelve the no word and replace it with a question. How can we work together and make it happen? I believe Council needs to remove all the red tape and fees and charges that is legislatively permitted to do so. Main Council fees that some traders and new traders face are development plan application, building rules approval, development approval and amendments and variations, car park offset contributions, outdoor dining, street trading, bylaw permits for signage, parking permits, infrastructure related permits for related works and road reserves, food premises inspection fees and disability modifications. Truly, it's no surprise that there's been a massive rise in businesses working from home or going mobile. No fees, no charges, home office, part of the house and services are all tax deductible. There is no doubt that many of our traders in all areas of the CBD need Council's genuine cooperation to reduce overheads, to make their facades, shop fronts to be welcomed and assured they have Council's full attention and active support. Councillors, January is almost gone. It's summertime, it's tourist season. Are we doing all we can to support our community of Main Street traders? Winter is coming. Thank you.
You want to second that motion, Councillor Glasbrook?
I'd like to second it if Councillor Charles would be amenable to a slight change. Just simply to change the wording from concerns and related challenges, Victor Harbour businesses, to workshop business development concerns and related challenges for Victor Harbour businesses with a view to reviewing council policy that impacts the precinct. It's really just changing it from the Main Street precinct to Victor Harbour businesses, because I don't believe it should just relate to the Main Street. It's all businesses facing the same issues. Sure enough, there may be some different issues from different areas, but I'd just like that change. If you're happy with that, I'd happily second it.
I'm more than happy to second that, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
It never was simply for that, but if we don't have a Main Street populated, it'll be a ghost town. The rest will have difficulty too.
Would you like to speak to that, Councillor Glasbrook?
No, I think I've said enough, thanks.
Does anybody want to speak to that motion? Councillor Littley?
Yes, I'm supportive of this motion as it is now. I was a little bit concerned about the original motion that Councillor Charles has put, not because of the intent, but because of the language in it. And you've reaffirmed my concerns there in speaking to Councillor Charles. We really need to look forward and not backwards when we're talking about Main Street and businesses as a whole in Victor Harbour, and we need to get away. And I did speak to Michael Smoker about this and Business Victor Harbour. We need to get away from that negative language around this topic. Words like suicide, nail in the coffin, difficulties, impede, discourage, stress, pain, they need to get out of the conversation. So I'm looking forward to, when we go forward with the forum, fresh ideas, fresh energy. This is the opportunity to capitalise on that. So if we're going to go down this path, we need to look with eyes wide open and look forward. It's a good motion. It's sensible business. It's stuff that council should be doing, and we are doing in a big way already. We need to pick the ball back up again and run with it. And we need the Main Street traders, that community, the business community, to come along with us as well.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Does anybody else want to speak to this motion? Councillor Kemp?
Yeah, I'll be supporting this motion just on the basic principles of the fact what's already been said today, but also along the lines that we want to invigorate, and I think we need to develop our economy and really do it in a proper way through our new strategic development plans, our annual plans, the aspirations that we have, and we want to tell the community and the world we're open for business. And I think this is a step in the right direction in getting council backyard in order to support the local businesses.
Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I agree with comments made by Councillor Lidley, but I also think kind of the intent of this motion fits within some stuff we're already doing. One of those would be the economic development strategy that we've just embarked upon doing, involving key stakeholders, including Business Victor Harbor and the rest. And more or less, the process that we're going to go through with that relates exactly to business development concerns across our entire local government area. So while I support the intent of this motion, I do also think that we as a council are already progressing down that path, especially when it's made and it's been altered to include the rest of Victor Harbor. We are doing that. We as a council have set off down the track to do that. And over the next month, I know the committee or panel put together to do that have a meeting each and every week, 3 hours of nutting it out, going home, bringing it back the following week. So definitely within that process, we would want to talk to the full council and everyone else. But yeah, I think it's a good motion, but it's already happening. So I support it, but I think it's kind of irrelevant.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I hear what Councillor Hales is saying. I think that economic development strategy is going to take place. It'll be good, but it's going to be at a higher level than this, and stuff that flows out of that might take a lot longer to get there. I think that I would support what's being put up here. One of the things we need to do as a council is to really expressly say what vision we have for all the money we're spending in these streets, Coral Street and Ocean Street, McKinley, Railway Terrace. If you look at the pictures and the designs that come from the consultants we're hiring, it's clear that they're walking places, they're young people out there having fun. And so what are young people out there having fun? What sort of businesses do they want to go by? I would think, it's my hope, that having spent in a couple of years' time $10 million on upgrading the so-called Central Business District, that it will be the sort of place that young people want to get out and have an exciting time in. The northern end of Ocean Street right now is pretty much a disaster zone. An empty bank followed by an ordinary motel, followed by a telephone exchange, followed by a medical centre on one side of the street, and a similar story on the other. And yeah, what's needed for the future of that district is that it become an entertainment district. I mean, and
Councillor Robertson, can I just draw your attention to speaking to the motion?
Yep. I think that having a it can't do any harm to be having an informal gathering of all the stakeholders in this district where we're spending, a huge amount of money. But I'm just pointing out that as a council, we need to be ready to say to people, this is really what we hope. We've been focusing on the paving, street lighting, seating, access, etc. We haven't really yet said what we'd really like to see in that in that area. And this whole business of making it difficult for people to change the premises or not appearing, perceived or otherwise, of attracting in new businesses that might attract back youth and younger people back into that part of town is, I think, something we need to do some work on as well. It's not yet articulated in the Main Street program as a whole.
Thank you. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'd have to say I agree with Councillor Hales and then also Councillor Robertson with regard to improving the lives of young people in Victor Harbor. However, I guess the difference, the way I look at it is the economic development strategy is a strategic document, it is visionary, and that is because I believe our role of council is to be strategic and visionary and long-term in terms of economic development. So I think, again, just echoing, I guess, what Councillor Hale said, we are already set out to achieve this, and we're already setting that vision. And I think whilst the intent of this motion is great, I think we're already set out on that journey.
If there's nobody else who wants to speak, do you want to close the debate, Councillor Charles?
I think there's sufficient support to not have to say too much, but yes, I did use some emotive words, and I did say that at the beginning of what I started to read. And I said that for a damn good reason. And yes, there may be some paperwork stored away somewhere and thoughts of what we might be doing in 10, 20 years' time or whatever, but right now there is pain, regardless of what you want to hear. That's the way it is, and that's why it's essential. There will be businesses leaving and departing at the end of this Christmas time, or sorry, summer period. There'll be others who are thinking about leaving and not renewing their leases. So I'm glad that we're going to have this conference or get together, and I do really hope that the businesses will support it and take the time to come in and talk to us about things and to really let loose without and drop their pride and say just exactly how things are. If we don't have a healthy central, absolutely central business area, what do people think of the rest of the town? You know, I know a lot of towns are suffering under the same pain, but there are ideas out there. There's wonderful ideas. We need colour, we need music, we need movement. We need to make it look like something's happening there. We need to probably, you know, cover up front windows of shops which are empty with some artwork. Scratch it off when somebody takes it. Just brighten the joint up. So we'll get a lot of ideas from people, and I look forward to having this get together, and that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Councillor Charles. I'll now put the motion to the meeting. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I now move to motion on notice, item 20.6, Main Street Grant Facade Scheme, Development Application Fees, Car Park Fund, on-street parking. And the first recommendation is that Council receive and note the motion on notice. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, seconding that. Councillor Mann, thank you. Either of you want to speak to it? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Charles, do you want to propose your motion?
Yes, very quickly. I haven't got a lot to say on this. I think it's all self-explanatory. People have been approached, and Mike Smoker has presented it brilliantly, not just on his behalf, but on behalf of a lot of people that he's spoken to, and so have I in the Main Street. The very first one is about the parking signs, and I noticed that perhaps Council haven't heard, could have an explanation from our CEO through you, Mayor. I think the decision of Council was that the parking signs be changed over a period and not immediately after that Council meeting. Can you clarify that for us, please?
Through the Mayor, that was my understanding. Obviously, we were in the process of doing a stage 2 Main Street upgrade, so those signs were upgraded during that upgrade, and likewise with the second half of the Main Street. But I know Glenn Sanford is an update in the members' outstanding resolutions that has kept members updated on that progress as well.
Well then, it's not difficult to whip over to a sign writer and get a piece of white vinyl, put it over the existing number, and then get a bit of black vinyl in numbers and put a 2 on, 2 Hour Park, on our existing sign. So no great expenditure there. So that's what I'd be recommending, and that we do that as soon as possible, please.
Someone like to second that motion? It's motion number 2, that all parking signs giving effect to the motion passed by Council on the 27th of May 2019 on-street times limit to parking zones in Victor Harbor Town Centre as detailed in the Victor Harbor Parking Strategy 2017 be installed within the next 30 days. You happy to second that, Councillor Littley? Do you want to speak to it?
If it's I support it, because if it's the limit, then it should be signposted, right? And it will save a lot of pain in the community, save a lot of pain for the admin as well, if we've got the right time limits up there.
Does anybody else want to speak to it? you want to close the debate, Councillor Charles?
No, thank you.
All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Recommendation 3, Councillor Charles.
The council determined that the car park fund contribution as currently applies in lieu of the provision of actual car park spaces be capped at $200 per parking space for a period of the date of gazettal until council sees fit to rescind or alter the charges or terms. So, as Michael Smoker said, the last one of these was put through by Councillor Hales, and I seconded that, and it didn't come back to council. I think the amount we had at that time was $600. Was that it, Councillor? No, it was 200. Good. Okay. We're not being any extra generous then, so that's it. Let's see what council says.
Thank you, Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I would be happy to second this if Councillor Charles is happy to accept a slight variation to change the motion back to that motion that we passed in 2016, which has the same intent with the removal of the sunset clause. If Councillor Charles is happy to accept the variation. It just means that the motion will speak directly to all the documents it's supposed to and as it was constructed the first time round. So the intent exactly the same, it just means it's more formal, it speaks to exactly what it needs to. And
so is that motion the one that was moved by you, seconded by Councillor Robertson?
No.
No.
No. So would you like me to read it out?
Could you please read it out?
It would then read that Council A, pursuant to section 50A(6) of the Development Act 1993, determine that the car parking fund amount, which is applied in lieu of actual car park spaces to satisfy a development application, be capped at $200 per parking space for small business proposals that only require development approval for a change of use of the land and that do not result in building expansion for each of the designated areas in the regional town centre zone, as detailed on the map contained within the car parking fund gazetted on the 12th of December 2007, and that B, that the car parking fund policy document be amended to reflect the capping of the car parking contribution for small business change of use approvals.
So that's the previous wording. Yep. Are you happy with that, Councillor Charles?
Have you got that, Karina? Oh, good. I'm happy with that. Very much so. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to that at all, as being the seconder?
Yeah, as I said to Mike earlier, I'm happy that this has been brought back to our attention. It was the right thing the first time round, and it's certainly the right thing the second time round. I know in the period that it was in effect, it certainly saved businesses that did move. One business in particular moved tens of thousands of dollars for what is arguably an unnecessary charge, especially when it is simply a change of use. They're not extending a building or premises, they are just changing what's inside the premises. So arguably we have already catered for the parking demand of that premises already when it was built or since. And so therefore, yeah, bringing it down in the range, especially in our town centre, of around $12,000 per space means that if you are wanting to change the use of a place and you need 3 car parks, you're paying $600 instead of $38,000 or the like. So certainly support Councillor Charles's motion.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to that? Not Councillor Charles. Do you want to close? Oh, sorry, Councillor Glasbrook.
Yeah, I'll speak. I'm going to speak against it, as I did last time, for the same reason. Unfortunately, parking is an issue. As you all know, we're about to embark on potentially a multi-million-dollar proposal, and at the end of the day, it has to be paid for. And the issue here is who pays. Is it the little old lady that just wants her footpath done, as I keep referring to in my council career? Or is it the businesses, or is it the ratepayers, or is it paid parking, or, you know, what is the answer? I totally agree, $12,000 is too much. Maybe $200 is too little. So I believe that it should be part of our conversation that we were just talking about in the last motion. And we should get together with the local businesses and we should work it out because, you know, as I say, someone has to pay. Nobody wants to pay. Nobody wants to pay their rates. Nobody wants to pay these things. No one wants to pay to park their car in the street. If you haven't worked that out, I certainly have. So there's a dilemma. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Councillor Kemp.
On reflection, I was going to support this, but hearing the various debates, and now we had a motion previously along the lines of having an open forum discussion to discuss all these issues, I think it's more prudent for us to maybe put this motion on hold until we had that discussion to see whether the $200 or the 12,000 or whatever the medium range would be suitable and acceptable for everybody. And I think that doing it now and then coming back and changing in 3 months' time might not be a good way of doing it. So I won't be supporting this motion, but I'll certainly reconsider it after we have our workshop.
Councillor Littley.
Likewise, I was along the lines of supporting this motion, and I still have. I think I would go that way, but it might be wise to adjourn it and hold on to it for a while. We also don't know what we're doing with a multi-storey car park and whether we will need to spend any funds on a multi-storey car park. So it may be that $200 is appropriate, but I think we let the conversations roll out. We've got that option to listen to that, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak for or against this motion? Councillor Charles, do you want to close the debate?
Thank you. Try not to say before I start. We're dealing with small shop owners here. We're not dealing with big operations, and $12,000 can make the difference whether they set up or not. Will I bring a franchise down here? Will I open another branch in Victor Harbor? What's for me in Victor Harbor? Well, there's 15,000 people, and in winter time, or quite often certain times, if summertime, there's no one in the main street anyway, overnight time. You know, it's deserted. Am I going to stick my neck out and run this business, pay this money? No, I won't. And the opportunity, of course, is gone because people should have been moving in at the beginning of the peak season. They're certainly not going to come and say, we want to be part of this in winter. I don't know what you expect the, there's another I don't know what you would expect the workshop to present to you that's going to be any different than, they're going to say no. They're going to say, hey, make it as least as we possibly can. But then, of course, those who are currently established don't have to pay anything. It's engendering and bringing more people into the area and filling up those shops. It's the most essential thing to do with a variety of things, not just coffee and cake, as I said. It is a barrier to progress. There's clearly no doubt about that. You know, we're talking about this parking station we're going to build and what have you, and it's all on the precinct that the Anchorage are going to get underway. I just brought in 9 years ago the Crown Hotel.
Councillor Charles,
we thought that was going to be something too.
Can you please stick to the motion?
I think you need to look broadly and widely. That's another thought. We wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for the Anchorage. We wouldn't be building a car park or even considering it. It's too soon.
Thank you. I put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Charles, your fourth recommendation? Would you like to move that?
I'm more than happy to not move this one. Yes, we'd love it to get through. I'd love it to get through right now. I think it's still too late in the season, though, I don't know whether anybody's going to come down and approach the council and say, excuse me, but I want to set up whatever in this shop and I want to break a hole through to the other shop and extend it or whatever they want to do. I think it's unlikely, and I think it's something that could be included in this meeting that we've agreed to of stakeholders and so on.
So you've decided not to move
Well, that
recommendation
is the reason
4?
why I think I'll leave it, because I think it's going to be too hard to convince anyone. Recommendation 5, the facade grant program. I think we should look seriously at bringing back in again. We paid.
So you want to move?
No, just a second, please. thinking out loud, if I may, I think to share what I'm got to say. I think we
Well,
paid.
we're in a formal meeting. When you have recommendations on the table, we need to move
Okay,
them
look,
or
I'll
not
speak
move
to it
them.
then in order to get a word in.
Thank
Okay,
you.
good. So we paid, I think, $12,000 for a frame people could take photographs through on Granite Island. This idea of this angel or something to stand in front of that would no doubt say Victor Harbour, Ocean Street, Victor Harbour, would possibly be sent across the world with people taking photographs. This is a very good idea. It doesn't mean everybody's going to do it. I wasn't happy with the previous one because I thought it was being used, but I'm very, very aware of the fact now that what the person first sees is the first impression. And so if people are encouraged to dress up their shops and spend some money on them, regardless of whether they're leasing or owning, and mostly leasing, then I think it's got to be a good thing. It's a matter of how much, I think, is the question, would be the grant. So that's up to council to perhaps add that, or other councillors to make their comments.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that motion? There's no seconder. The motion will lapse for want of a seconder. The motion's lapsed.
And finally, 6.
And number 6.
And 6, I believe, has already been agreed to in the previous item. Would you say that? I would.
Yep, I would.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So now we could do the...
So now we go back to, now Councillor Littley, did you want to move on to a different item?
Yes, if I can. 11.2.1, the Ocean Street South loading zone.
11.2.1. With the leave of the meeting, are you happy for us to move to 11.2.1, the Ocean Street South loading zone? All those in favour? Those against? That's majority, 2/3 majority have voted in favour. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the Ocean Street South Loading Zone report. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield, thank you, and Councillor Robertson seconding that. Either of you want to speak to the report? Anyone want to speak to the report? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation is that in response to the 270 review and in consideration of the feedback received through consultation, Council affirm its decision to relocate the loading zone as detailed in Resolution OC 511/2019. Like to move that way, Councillor Littley? And someone like to second that? Councillor Robertson, thank you. Councillor Littley, do you want to speak to it?
Thank you. I've been fairly strong on pushing this through. Obviously, it was my motion originally to have that loading zone moved to the other side of the road. After a great deal of consultation that I've undertaken before I moved that motion, that original motion, and that consultation includes speaking to traders, speaking to their patrons, speaking to and observing movements in the street. My motion was put on the basis of safety, and I'll see the report includes in there details what the Australian standards are for loading zones, and that makes the point of loading zones should be in a position where they can unload to the footpath, and the footpath being to the left of the vehicle, the left-hand side of the vehicle, because we drive on the right-hand side. We have our steering wheels on the right-hand side. And all the mechanics for a typical larger truck loading and unloading is on the left-hand side. There were complaints that were made to me in person from delivery drivers, and also I understand relayed through council with phone calls and even some written complaints about the safety aspect of truck drivers standing in the middle of the road to operate them equipment to then cross the road. In that area, the main deliveries go to the Grosvenor Hotel, and it's the case that each week they would have 13 pallets of goods. on-sack trucks, heavy, that have to go into that space. There's also under the Australian standards or the acceptable guidelines is that the loading zone should be placed in an area as close to the main delivery point or receivers as possible to avoid that interaction with pedestrian traffic. Loading zone should be positioned at the end of a break in the parking so that tricky manoeuvres could be avoided, particularly reversing. With all those things in mind, that space on the left-hand side of the Ocean Street, directly south of the ingress into the Grosvenor, fits all those criteria. It fits that better than any other space in the southern end of Ocean Street. I know it causes some frustration for traders and the like, but just as it would have caused some frustration for traders and the like on the other side of the road, or it did cause frustration for traders on the other side of the road when it was there. There have been a great deal through the conversation, there's been a great deal of alternative suggestions made of where we could put a loading zone. We have an obligation, and we've heard about it a great deal tonight across all these other items. We have an obligation to our traders to actually be able to service them so they can get service with goods and services that they need to run their business, that they need to run to employ people. The Grosvenor Hotel is the main receiver of goods from that loading zone. They employ 26 people. They employ young people that have come through the local high schools, live in the area, might go off and study and come down here and work across the weekends and of night times and balance that so they've got some income to support their studies and hopefully come back into our district. It's the same with other shops there. It's not just the Grosvenor Hotel that's receiving goods from that loading zone, right up and down. It's just the size of and the amount of goods that do, but everyone uses that loading zone at some stage, or can use that loading zone. Putting loading zones around the corner on Coral Street or down the road and then dragging pallets up the street is just not safe. It will interact. It will mean that we'd have interaction with pedestrians and heavy, dangerous traffic, trolley jacks and the like, and it's not efficient and it's not safe. So I'm very pleased to see that the report outlines these things and is backed up with the facts, Australian standards. What is the like, and I understand that we have got that consultation there from our traders, and in my mind that consultation, along with the stuff that I've done myself, this is the right place for it to be on that side, and it'll be the right place for it to be when we rehabilitate, we redo our main street.
Councillor Lidley. Thank you, Councillor Lidley. Do we have someone to second that motion? Oh yeah, I have got, sorry, Councillor Robertson, did you want to speak to that?
Just briefly, Mayor, probably a question more than anything. I'm assuming that this loading zone is going to be automatically slotted into in the same location in the new main street. This is item 11.1.1 in tonight's agenda, the precinct master plan for stage 4 design. Yep. I'm presuming that this loading zone will be incorporated into the new one.
I'll ask Mark Prisavilla may be able to answer that. If not, Peter Cookson.
I have another question while that's being worked on, and that is one of the things that bothered me when we were talking about this whole issue was the assumption was that the loading zone will be a loading zone for the whole day. And I was wondering how much consideration had been given to restricting the loading zone to a certain number of hours to be worked out in relation to the, with the traders in that area, principally the Grosvenor. I presume they have the trucks arriving pretty much the same time every day. But that in general, this means that we're not losing a parking bay or two for the whole day and maybe empty, because also another thing we don't have in that street is a taxi drop-off point from one end of Ocean Street to the other. There's not a single taxi drop-off location. And so maybe they could be shared if the loading zones times were restricted.
Victoria may be able to answer both of those questions. And your point about the taxi drop-off.
So in regards to the redesign for the stage 4 of the Main Street precinct, obviously it's not, the assumption isn't made that it's going to go in exactly the same spot. It obviously needs to be incorporated in the design and the Australian standards taken into consideration. And currently we know that those Australian standards are met with its current location. So the designs are being done at the moment and that obviously needs to be taken into consideration. And when we engage with the Main Street traders around their needs and expectations and their what they actually need for their business operate effectively, we'll need to take that into consideration as well. In terms of the actual time frame for the loading zone, I'm just going to refer to Peter Cookson, who's sitting up in the gallery. My understanding, usually there's a time frame of when the loading zone is in effect, and then it can be used for parking outside of that time. And I can't see him to see whether he's given. So Peter Cookson is our Manager of Regulatory Services and Public Safety, so he may well be able to answer that question.
Victoria, through the Mayor, excuse me. In relation to the current report you've got on the loading zone, we haven't because we haven't had the opportunity to visit all business. But from observations, businesses take delivery.
Thank you, Peter. Do you want to talk about taxis?
In regards to the taxi provisions, they were, we did look at that and incorporate that as part of the railway terrace. There was actually some drop-off zones that we looked to incorporate. So again, in terms of the Main Street design for stage 4, that's certainly something we can take on board as part of the master planning.
Okay. There's Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Schofield.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to bring up the question of restricted times for loading because I think as we move into the future with our design for that part of the Main Street, one of our strategic planning directives is to encourage more pedestrian traffic in that area. And pedestrian traffic doesn't really mix with big vehicles, in my opinion. Brundle Mall, perfect example. They have deliveries before the pedestrian traffic is there in the early morning. We needn't be that restrictive, I don't believe, but maybe we could be restrictive to a certain extent. So that when the bulk of the pedestrian traffic is encouraged into that area, we're not juggling them with big trucks. So I don't think this is the end of the story, although I will support this motion. The other thing I really think we need to be considering is the type of vehicles we encourage to deliver in the area. Moving into the future, thinking of our environment, should we be encouraging, I know we can't prescribe it, but can we in some way encourage electric vehicles to be taking the deliveries to this pedestrian precinct? Because we need to be forward thinking in these things. And one of the biggest objectives, I think, of these large trucks parking in the street was that they kept their engines running and the fumes were going into some of those premises. Electric vehicles don't have that problem. So we need to, into the future, to have more discussions on this, although I will support this motion tonight. But it's not the end of the story.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Schofield.
Yes, look, I was going to actually speak on limiting the parking for deliveries. If you've been in business, you understand that when you put in any orders into Adelaide, that the trucks don't come down just for you. They'll come down to deliver to the whole area. And therefore you will find that your milk delivery van will be there at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. But if you're getting other services, packaging and that, you may not get your delivery until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So it all depends on the wholesaler that you are dealing with in Adelaide on how they are going to set their deliveries out. And I think if we as a council said, well, okay, shopkeepers, okay, wholesalers, you can only deliver into our town between 9 and 11 o'clock every day, we're doing our business as an injustice.
I just note, Councillor Schofield, that that recommendation is really affirming the decision to relocate the loading zone. It doesn't deal with delivery times at all. Does anybody else want to speak? Councillor Kemp.
It's an interesting position. I'm not, when you look at, through my observations, that original parking zone had no complaints for many years. It's been operating for years, all of a sudden now become a safety issue. And I think there is public safety, no matter where the loading zone is. People have to move their trucks around and their trolleys to deliver their goods. So it's really where's the best spot for it. And of course, it's away from where public are moving and maybe the times. But I did notice in the agenda papers here that, there's a truck driver standing on the right side of his truck in the middle of the street, parked on the left-hand side. So you talk about safety of that. But since we've moved the loading zone, we've had more complaints about the issues of fumes and stuff where we never had that before, from my understanding. So did we actually, by moving it, creating a bigger problem than what we had originally, considering how many trucks do come and park there and how often do they unload in that kind of context compared to people suffering, fumes on a regular basis now. So it's an interesting point to think about. But considering that the third resolution may be an opportunity to resolve it, but if it doesn't, maybe it has to be revisited again because it's not working. But before, it was working without minimal complaints from the public, and apart from a few businesses or truck drivers who felt that maybe the right, the left-hand side is not the best place to be standing in the street. So irrespective where we put it, it's not going to solve the problem of safety for the community as a whole, unless you have special parking pools where trucks offload, electric cars or vans pick them up, and that's not going to happen for a long, long time, but it's a good concept to think about for the future. But in the meantime, it's just something that it hasn't resolved the problem. I think it's created a bit of a problem, but it's voting for or against it, yep, I'm still making my mind up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. If there's no more debate, Councillor Charles.
Thank you. Councillor Italy did mention dragging pallets up the street. I just noted that. As usual, I've written things out because I don't speak off the cuff very well, not practiced, and I prefer to get as much as I can down on paper. What this council survey does not tell elected members is that there are 3 respondents have their own off-street loading zones who responded and are not concerned at all where it is. Victor Beats has a separate loading zone adjacent to his store, so he has no deep concern for the one up the street either way. Right next to him, there's a barber who has not been listed in the survey, but gave his opinion as well and said, don't want it here. So 60% of the returned replies say move it. Surprisingly, now the loading zone has been moved and is where it is, I don't believe we should change location again, even though the surveys show those on the cutting edge want it gone. I find it strange that the Grosvenor did not complete a survey, and that's disappointing because they may have offered a solution council are not considering. Most deliveries, especially the bulky goods, kegs and such, are destined for the Grosvenor, as Councillor Littley said, so it would have been nice to get feedback from the G-spot. I believe we as a council need to consider what is best for the greater number of people and do as little damage as possible. Surely we know this issue will not go away. The revamp of Coral Street Stage 4 will not be able to do any magic, reloading zones or creating new shops or whatever else. We live in hope. Council will have to face this again, so solving it now by looking at other ideas is essential. I know that other councils put limits on delivery times. By law, in deliveries before trading, slightly overlapping, e.g. deliveries up to 10 a.m. and then in the case of Ocean Street, the loading reverts back to a regular 2-hour parking. This should work as the Grosvenor is staffed from around 6:30 a.m. and available to take every or early deliveries. There just needs to be a desire to do so for the common good. As Councillor Little confirmed, the Grosvenor's bulky goods are the issue. It's certainly not work, health and safety to push or pull a pallet up the footpath past shops, stores and people occupying the footpath. You've seen the photographs here in the agenda. That's what's happening now. It's just not going the extra 20 metres if it was down by the Crown, and that's not necessary anyway. How will this work with the new layout of the street with outdoor dining? Previously, I suggested the truck engines and freezers equipment be turned off while unloading, and this will be welcomed. But there is more to do to provide 6 families and others with the best opportunity of making a living. I will vote for point 3 because it remedies one issue, but I'd like to foreshadow a point 4. Thank you.
Just a reminder to everyone that we are on point 2 at the moment. Do you want to close debate, Councillor Littley?
Yes, well, thanks. I'd just like to correct Councillor Kemp on the fact that there's been no safety issues, or it's only been recent. There have been safety issues expressed and phone calls at least made, and for at least 5 years with incidents. I suggest that perhaps with regards to the complaints about exhaust fumes and the like, I'm quite surprised that it's gone up more, because the exhaust pipes on a truck are on the right-hand side, and it's some further 15 metres away from the nearest shop entrance than what it used to be when it was on the other side, where the exhaust fumes would pump out. Maybe the wind goes directly in there. Or perhaps the people on the right-hand side of Ocean Street were a little bit more resilient and didn't complain. They have dining out in the streets there as well, and we didn't have complaints, you're right. I have consideration when we do come to point 3 of some amendments to that, so which I think might address some of those concerns in and around the timing of parking zones. So I'll put those up in the next point.
Thank you very much, Councillor Littley. Closing debate there. Can I please have all those in favour of recommendation 2? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Recommendation 3, that Council consider and endorse the placement of signage at the Ocean Street loading zones, advising delivery drivers to turn off their vehicle engines and refrigeration units while present within the loading zones. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Littley, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Littley? And you foreshadowed some amendments to that as well.
Yes, I'd like to put some amendments to this in a way that adds in that. Do
you want to do a variation with is it amendment? You're moving it. You can amendment. Sorry, you can change it.
Yep. My amendment is around the fact that consultation with traders in there. There is the loading zone actually exists across Saturdays as well, and I've had it expressed outwardly that there is no need for a loading zone on Saturdays, and that might take some of the pain away from some of those traders when they have that pedestrian traffic and they're really looking for cars to be parked in there. So the start of that is to return the car parking, or the loading zone to car parking for Saturdays as a first part. But I'd like to go a little bit further than that. We've talked about times of when deliveries can be made, and how we might be able to work it so the other businesses in there have a little bit more freedom for their style of trade. My proposal would be that it's a loading zone from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m, giving opportunity then for the mums and kids, so after school pickup, to go down the street of an evening time and enjoy that after school coffee, catch up, that kind of thing, and going into the food type venues that are just starting to crank up at that 4 o'clock again after their lunchtime trade's gone away. By starting at 8 a.m, there's not too many people in the main street before 8 a.m. Any time on any day, be it summer or winter. And there's freedom to park anywhere through there safely and load off on any unload on any side of the road if the trucks are down from Adelaide at that time. I think getting any more restrictive about morning deliveries only is going to restrict, be a major impact to some businesses in the street. So I would like to make an amendment that it's a loading zone weekdays from the between the hours of 8 a.m. and 4 p.m.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Henderson? You seconded that motion. Just wait for Karina to catch up. While she's doing that, do you want to speak to that motion at all, Councillor Henderson? No. Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson and then Councillor Charles.
Yeah, I appreciate what Councillor Little is saying in that. I think that's a better laying down precisely the times for delivery. Appreciate the point, but perhaps we should consult with the businesses there. I think we should be just putting in what the item 3, which was the cutting down the fumes, and leaving it at that.
Thank you.
Since I don't think you've actually passed the amendment, have we?
Yes, we have.
We have, okay.
The mover and the seconder. Councillor Charles.
Please don't tell me I'm talking on the wrong subject. 6 out of 10 businesses was actually 9, but it was actually 10 because one wasn't titled, and that was the barber beside Victor Beats. The other 4 said leave it where it is. Hotel Crown, they don't care, they do their own. Foggo Finance, not there anymore.
Councillor Charles, you are talking about the wrong recommendation.
And
can
also
you stick
Victor
to
Beats.
the? Can you stick to the right?
100% of people said don't want it. That's just a technicality. But as I said, and I brought this up before, turn the engines off, turn the refrigeration off. It's no hardship. We've got the explanation here in our agenda saying it's not going to be harmful to the food for a short period of time. It's done up at Coles. It's done in lots of locations. And that's just the way it is. I'm just disappointed. Well, my motion next will be to do with investigating why the Crown Hotel can't take their bulky goods since they're already open, way before anybody else.
Councillor Charles,
preparing. So
we'll
consider that.
To the number 3. Does anybody else want to speak to that? Councillor Schofield.
Yes, I will support Councillor Little. I think his motion makes sense, and his idea of weekend parking in that zone is a good one, because you really don't get deliveries at weekends. But 8 to 4, I think will pretty well cover everybody. And a weekend, yep, additional parking for those that want to visit the main street.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Considering the last motion was lost, but I do support this one. I think it has some merit in the fact that we're trying to find a solution with what we have in place. I do have a question.
Sorry, the last motion was carried, Councillor Little.
No, sorry. Oh, sorry. My apologies. My vote was against it, but yes, that's fine. But in the context of, does this apply to this loading zone or all loading zones within the Ocean Street area? Because I think it would be nice if you could apply it to all loading zones, not just the one area outside those shops.
The motion says at the Ocean Street loading zones, plural.
Yeah, but there are other loading zones around the CBD, which is in front of shops, but just a thought. But no, I just think it's a better outcome considering where it is, and maybe the new design of the street may relocate it or have a better outcome as well. So no, it's a good amendment.
Thank you. If there's no further debate, do you want to close? Councillor Glasbrook.
Oh, just sorry, could you read that motion? I need to get glasses. I can't read it. Sorry.
The council consider and endorse the placement of signage at the Ocean Street loading zones, advising delivery drivers to turn off their vehicle engines and refrigeration units while present within the loading zones of operation between the hours of 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday only. Councillor Littley, do you want to close the debate?
I'm just reading that motion back to see if that covers the second part, part B of operation. Yeah, that's how I intend it. Yeah, so we'll close debate. It's if this goes through, it's also, or even if it doesn't go through, it's also constantly being brought to my attention from traders in there that a zone is only as good in effect if it's monitored and the right things done by it all the time. There is a growing number of cars parking. There's always cars parked in the loading zone when it's a loading zone effectively. So by managing and manipulating this to get a good outcome, I just encourage council administration and the like to monitor that and people to be mindful. It would be great if the Main Street traders were mindful of the fact that this is a loading zone for the purpose of trucks, and it's been changed to try to find a good balance, and they should be on the lookout for cars parking in the loading zone and blocking the trucks out, because it's only going to push the trucks into areas that they're not going to be welcome.
Thank you. That closes debate. All those in favour of that recommendation? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Charles, you foreshadowed having a further recommendation to add to that. The recommendation is that administration investigate the logistics and liaise with other councils who have a policy of delivering to restrictive locations and bring back to council the various methods that have been implemented for council's consideration. I'm sure that can be done without actually a motion to council. Would that be possible, Victoria?
Well, I'd actually prefer a motion, because that's why we know things get done. Okay, I've discovered many times I raise things and they don't get done. So I'd like to speak to that if it's possible, please.
Certainly. Don't want to speak to that while Karina's writing it down.
Thank you. There's not much to say. The last portion there, a great bit of progress with those stuff being turned off. Let me just inform you that delivery drivers delivering to places like the shoe store and many places on that side of the road actually park in the car park or the loading zone behind my shop. And the big trucks come in there. They use a sack truck to take a copious amount of goods into Cafe Primo. They would equal what the Hotel Grosvenor take without any difficulty at all. So they transport their stuff, I guess, carefully as they possibly can that way. That's what they do. They can do quite a sweat about it, whether it's a Coca-Cola truck or whatever it is. They service that side of the street with any different. I suppose every so often they've got the odd parcel they've got to take across the road. They'll do that too. There's a car park, or sorry, a loading zone down by the Hotel Crown in front of Victor Beats. Now Steve's left, but he could confirm it's big enough down there, and it's very easy to get into and very easy to get out of, because it has no car parking in front of it. Now, transporting things from that point up the street on sack truck for the eastern side of Ocean Street is very doable, and it's being done all the time. Sweets and Treats don't have a truck come in. They don't need it. And many others don't need it either. You know, they can bring it in the boot of their car quite often. So what we're talking about is the hotel again. Everything comes off the truck onto a pallet, onto the footpath, and is dragged up the footpath from the loading zone into the Hotel Grosvenor. Now, the Hotel Grosvenor have staff there preparing meals. You've got to do your prep. You can't be certain how many people are coming for lunch. So you've got to have sufficient prep. The same thing when they're cleaning beer lines and restocking. There's a boots there. Speaking to the hotel, that's why I was disappointed there was nothing forthcoming, and they got, Andrew got his note from Peter, but didn't see fit to reply. They can easily take their deliveries early. I spoke to a chap from the Cooper's Brewery the other day, who happens to live beside Councillor Kemp, ran across him, and all their brewery stuff comes down via Adelaide Hills Transport. So it's no different for Adelaide Hills Transport bringing down West End or whatever else they're going to bring down from the Spirit people and all the rest, and deliver at a certain time. Ocean Street can be sacred. It can be a delivery area if we inspect it, if we make it so. It's just up to us. We've got the power, and if we've got the determination, we can provide a multi-use area also, which is what Councillor Lidley has suggested on a Saturday. But I'm disappointed the previous motion said from 8 to whatever, because it'll all have to change. But it'll depend on whether we get a decent reply. And I know there are councils out there. We've mentioned Rundle Mall. Councillor Schofield has. There are many places where delivery is just not easy to do, and it has some sort of a problem. So I'm sure with some research, our staff can find out what those opportunities are. And just keep in mind that things are delivered by sack truck. Even when they come off the truck, whether the guy unloads from the left or the right, he puts it on the sack truck and carts it up the street. Unless, of course, it's kegs.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? There's no seconder. The motion will lapse for want of a seconder. That motion's lapsed for want of a seconder. So we now move back to item 8 on the agenda.
Mayor, can I just make a suggestion? Since we're all over the agenda, do you want to do the 11.1.1, which is the Main Street Precinct Master Plan Stage 4 design?
No, I think I'd rather go back and do the agenda as follows. Now, we did those other items because they were related to the Main Street as it is now and connected to Mike Smoker's deputation. However, I think we need to now go back and follow the agenda as is. Thank you, Andrew. Number 8, we had questions from the gallery, 2 questions from Mr. Blatchford that were refused, and also 1 question from Mr. Nichols that was also refused. There are no petitions. So now we come to item 10.1.1, discretionary council rates rebate application, 51 Torrens Street. And I will take that recommendation en bloc if somebody would like to move it that way. Councillor Henderson, thank you. And Councillor Kemp, you don't want to move it en bloc?
No, Mayor Jenkins, because receiving the report's one thing, but looking at the application of discretionary rebates, another debate which has to be, believed should be separate.
Certainly. Councillor Henderson, are you happy to move just recommendation 1 then? Yeah, does somebody want to second that? Councillor Hayes, thank you. Either of you like to speak to it? No? Anybody like to speak to receiving the report? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. Recommendation 2, Councillor deny the application for a discretionary rate on fixed charge component of council rates. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Littley, thank you. And do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Henderson, thank you. Councillor Littley, would you like to speak to that? No? Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp.
I'm just wondering whether there's missing information in here, and I guess the CEO will clarify. is this land under the auspices of contiguous land and is owned and occupied by the same occupier or owner? I know they have different businesses on there, but is it, as I said, the report doesn't actually go into detail as to whether it's separate blocks of land joined or so forth. So
I'll
forth.
ask Kelly Knight Stacey to answer that for you, Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, through the Mayor. So it's one property at 51 Torrens Street. So it isn't contiguous land. It's not talking about multiple properties. It's one property that is leased out to various occupants or tenants within that, which is why the fixed charge is applicable, because they are tenanted under the accounting standards, sorry, the Local Government Act and the rate section in regards to a fixed charge.
Councillor Charles.
I'd like to put up a point 3 after this, please, just letting you know.
Thank you. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to say about recommendation 2? Councillor Glasbrook.
I'll just say that it shows that we probably need to seriously consider our rating policy review, which is in our budget. I wasn't aware that this situation, for those who aren't aware, that a business that is conducted, you might rent one room out of a property, you have to essentially pay rates, fixed charge and rates, which does seem a little bit unfair, I have to admit, but it is the policy, I understand that. So it could be a reason why we do need to look at our charges.
No, Kelly, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, through the Mayor. So yeah, you're right, in terms of tenancies, it can be adjusted, and it would usually form part of the charge against the tenant that the owner would put through their lease arrangements with them as well. So that would be passed on. What it does allow for is the report goes through a number of options in terms of services that council does provide as a result of those tenancies as well, which are increased in line with having the additional fixed charges.
Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Charles, oh no, you haven't spoken yet, have you? You just foreshadowed another one.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I think the outgoings probably would be paid by the tenants or added to the tenants. Certainly this particular location, not every room is occupied every time of the year. It may be very short term, but of course it's valued on the 1st of July every year, or whatever the case is there. That's what the rates are based on. My old banging on is that it's tax deductible, and who knows whether the owner is working on a negative gearing. It seems very, very unfair, but at this stage I'll support this, and we'll talk about section 3 next.
Thank you. Is there any more, Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, I support this. I support this motion, particularly reading through the background material. The owner of this has got a variable number of rooms, claims 5, has had up to 7 rooms being rented, leased out, whatever. And how do you keep track of that? The services potentially provided to the owner of this business, yeah, if is something that council doesn't need to spend 1 minute trying to figure out. They should get the, if it's 5 or 6 or whatever, and charge the fixed rate accordingly.
Thank you. If there's no more discussion, I'll put that to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kemp, you moved that, I think. No, sorry, Brian, you did. Did you want to close the debate? If there's no more discussion, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Charles, you wanted to have another recommendation?
Thank you. I dropped up a copy just a moment ago, I think. Is that the one I've dropped up? It must be. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion on this item, or another item, a portion on this motion, according to administration suggestion there on page 10. And page 10 suggestion is council could consider the application for section 140A of the Local Government Act 1999 in a future rating review, which is currently included as part of the 2020-21 budget workshops, as Councillor Glasbrook mentioned. but I think we need to specifically put this on the agenda because in the interests of fairness and equality, it may seem very unfair to be to doing what we've just done in some people's eyes, but I imagine there are a lot of multiple tenancies out there that we don't know about. So how did we know about this one? Was it, how do we find them and how can we make sure that we make this fair for all? So that's not a question that needs to be answered now. It can be at the workshop. That Council consider the application for a Section 148 of the Local Government Act 1999 in the rating review as part of 2021 budget workshops is what my motion is.
Thank you. Given that that's a motion without notice around quite an important issue, I might ask our CEO to, cerium oxide. Siri's giving me advice on chemicals. I might ask our, our CEO to provide some advice to the chamber on that, so that you have got full information.
Through the Mayor, to be honest, it's actually quite effective. We've presented to Council already. We'd like to undertake a budget review, a rating review, and allocating funds in the 2021 budget financial year. So this would simply be incorporated into that. So it's effective, just putting in place what we're already doing.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Charles's motion? Motion is that Council consider the application for Section 148 of the Local Government Act 1999 in the rating review as part of the 2021 budget workshops. And as... Yep, you'll second that? Yep. Would you like to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? All those in favour? Those against? That's lost. So we move on to item 10.3, governance, the council agenda format. And the recommendation is that council receive and note the council agenda format report and that council endorse the agenda format for ordinary council meetings as contained in the attachment A to the report. Councillor Hales, you're moving that way. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Mann, thank you. Do either of you want to speak to that? You're happy to do them en bloc? Thank you. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Charles?
I do. I was going to speak to two.
Yeah, you can speak to number 2 because they're being done en bloc.
Right. Mayor, I'd like to offer an alternative motion that the administration recommendation that we've got here be retained, and that is that the council endorse the agenda format for ordinary council meetings as contained at the attachment A in this report with 2 modifications. 1, that item 18, questions on notice, be brought up the order to item 10, and 2, that item 20, motions on notice, be brought up to order to the order to item 11. Now, I'll be a bit clearer as I go on.
If the mover and seconder are happy for that, then they can be a variation. Otherwise, there will need to be a formal amendment.
Well, then can I speak to it so they know whether they're happy to receive that or not?
They've indicated to me that they're not. So if you'd like to move that as a formal amendment to recommendation 2.
You just said that they were not?
They were not, so you'll need to do it as an amendment rather than a variation. So you're moving the amendment?
Then the amendment is in 2 parts. And what I'm essentially saying is, and I think you've got a copy there, and it could be typed up on the screen, that questions on notice and motions on notice be brought up the order rather than at the end of the meeting. We were dealing with these last council meeting at 4 minutes to 10 at night. 4 minutes to 10. Now, you know that deputations, questions from the gallery, petitions, deputations are instigated by residents. Questions from the gallery are instigated by residents. Petitions are instigated by residents. To my mind, it's a logical, natural progression to have the questions on notice and motions on notice. Questions on and motions also are instigated for or by the residents. The interests of giving people the newsworthy information they seek in a one consolidated area, I ask Council to debate and make this change for the residents' sake. Council's guests in the gallery and those viewing on live stream are community members who especially deserve our consideration. These are the very people Council claims to want to consult. These people take the time to watch and listen and oversee our democracy. They are the ones who help to keep it healthy. It's not to say that other residents do not care. I just believe the Council should consider the convenience and comfort of those who participate along with us who do not wish to or are unable to wait hours, as we've seen tonight, to the end of the meeting to hear the debate. I know the outcome of the item or items which are more likely the reason that they came here in the first place. And now, councillors, did you know, as I said, the December 2019 council meeting was 4 hours and 10 minutes before we got to the questions on notice. That's 4 hours, 56 minutes into the meeting. This is not user-friendly and certainly not good for ratings. Not that we're after ratings, but I think people get very, very bored with some of the things that we're doing beforehand at present. And we would really want to, I would have thought, attract an audience rather than have them switch off. The residents who support this council deserve our consideration. So that's basically what I've written. And that's why I put those 2 points up.
Through the Mayor, Councillor Charles, if I can just clarify, if you look up on the screen, we've put up what your proposed amendment is, but I didn't quite catch in terms of you wanted to move item 18 up to...
Sorry, if I go back to tonight's agenda, we've got 7, 8 and 9 being deputations, questions from the gallery and petitions, and then we move to 10th, the questions on notice, to 11th, the motions on notice, and then of course the others without notice stay at the end of the agenda because issues may arise during the course of the evening which people want to raise, but these are already pre-prepared and can be dealt with early. As we've done tonight, we've brought a number forward for the benefit of the people that were
Sorry,
here
Councillor
talking about the
Charles,
Main
can I
Street.
just again clarify? You're wanting to move item 18 and item 19 to now be items 10 and 11 in the order of business, is that correct?
Yes, we're talking about questions on notice 18 and motions on notice 20.
Sorry, so 18 and 20
18
to
and
now
20.
to be items 10 and 11, and then the numbers be adjusted accordingly for the rest of
Adjusted
the
downwards,
items.
that's right.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Kemp.
Yes, it's a bit of a quandary because I would rather see this as a separate motion because I think in the contents of the original motion, it wasn't so much about getting rid of all the subheadings. It was about not have subheadings which has no information attached, but having subheadings in there with information gives you a good indication what's in the agenda for everybody. So, but to go away and remove the subheadings is one thing, but the amendment I think is good because in the sense that it actually brings forward the motions which are normally generated by the community through the elected members, and it's good that we get that up front early in the piece so that, you know, the community can see that we're addressing the issues that they've raised and not leave it till late at night, and we give it our full endorsement in respect of doing it. But it is a quandary of a motion now that we're doing, but I do support the amendment.
Thank you. Is there any debate on the amendment, knowing that if you debate on the amendment, you're seen to be debating on the motion, the amendment? I've got just a question of clarification from the CEO.
Yeah, sorry, just listening to the comments from Councillor Kemp. Can I just clarify, Councillor Charles, you were moving in line with the amended agenda, which is actually attachment B, or the existing agenda, which is attachment A?
I'm satisfied with the recommendation that Council endorse the agenda from the ordinary council meetings contained at attachment B to this report.
Okay,
and that's what
then with your changes. Thank you. I just want to clarify that.
Yep, thank you.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? Councillor Robertson.
Just clarification from you, Mayor. You just said a few minutes ago that voting on this amendment is going to be voting on the whole thing. Is that what you were saying before?
So we've got a motion, which is point 1 and 2. Councillor Charles has amended the motion, and if you debate the amendment, then you cannot debate the motion. It seemed to be debating the motion.
Because I have a couple of questions and comments on this whole topic here, so.
Yep, you can certainly ask questions.
Okay, just a couple of points here. On in the corporate governance on page 21, it says here, it is unlikely the proposed agenda format will cause a negligible impact. I think that should be negative impact, shouldn't it? Not negligible. Don't want to have negligible impacts. The other thing was the purpose of this ordinary council meetings, purpose of the agenda is point in here having 3 points. New business requiring consideration or a decision of the council. Statutory.
Sorry, Councillor Robertson, I think you might be a bit confused. We are actually debating the amendment at the moment, that we need to go through the formal amendment, and then once that amendment either becomes carried and then part of the original motion, or not carried, then we go back to the original motion.
Okay, all right.
But you can ask questions, but it sounds as though you're debating the original motion.
Well, I thought this was the last chance, so that's fine. Yep.
Does anybody else want to say anything about the amendment before we put the amendment to the vote? No. Councillor Charles, do you want to say anything further about your amendment?
No, I think it's
sorry, there's no right of reply in a formal vote. I'll put that to the amendment to the floor. So you're happy that we're just talking about the amendment, which is Councillor Charles's amendment that following amendments from question 18 notices be moved to item 10, and item 20 motions on notice be moved to item 11. All those in favour? Those against? That amendment is lost. We go back to the original motion. So the original motion being that council receive and note the council agenda format report, and that council endorse the agenda format for ordinary council meetings as contained in attachment A to the report. And that was moved by Councillor Hales and seconded by Councillor Mann. Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the purpose of the agenda, it's laid out here, is that it's to bring forward new business requiring consideration or decision of council, statutory reports such as financial reports, and reports from the CEO that provide significant information. All good. Just as a matter of interest, on the statutory reports such as financial reports, it's not exactly a statutory report, but the very good monthly financial statement that's produced by the Finance Department, which is presently distributed through the Friday member briefings, which is, I believe, a very important document, and has a lot of very good information in it. This should be one of the items, at least under 10.1 in finance on regular basis, because it is important, significant information. But coming back to the change of this council agenda format, I mean, the new one is just stripping out subheadings. I think largely because I was jumping up and down objecting to having blank headings without anything to go with it, and believing that the council was doing a lot more than what was indicated with the blank headings. But to me, it's whatever the format is for this agenda, if those three those three purposes are really addressed. It doesn't matter what the, whether it's the old format or the new one. It's really the issue of making sure that we do get new business requiring consideration or decision of the council. That, yeah, we do get statutory reports that come through. They're pretty well dealt with, and reports from the CEO that provide significant information. I think that is really important that those are in the agenda, whatever the format of this agenda is. To me, stripping out subheadings is neither here nor there. My original objection to heading without content was not that the agenda format, but many of the departments within the council have critical information to report, but don't necessarily share that. And it doesn't have to be in a huge information flows or reports that are provided. We do have in the council, I think CEO has done a great job in having lots of extra meetings. I don't mind those, informal briefings and special meetings, etc. But there's still a large gap between what's going on in a hyperactive council and what we get on the council agenda. So it was my original objection. I don't care whether the format's changed, switched around, or whatever. What I'm interested in is the content.
Councillor Robertson. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Hales, do you want to close debate? No. I'll put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We now move to item.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I just need to declare a conflict of interest. I have a material conflict as I am a member of the body's executive board, as well as I would receive a material benefit myself from attending this conference. So I will leave the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Item 10.3.2 is the 2020 National Forum on Coastal Hazards. I will take that recommendation on block. If you're happy for someone to move that way, Councillor Schofield, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Schofield?
Look, I'm, of course, naturally supporting this. I was lucky enough to attend last year. Councillor Hales is an excellent person to represent us and bring back the information from such a very, very important forum. So I definitely support his attendance.
Councillor Henderson?
Yes, I just want to support what Councillor Schofield has just said. Councillor Hales produced an excellent report last year. I think we all felt we'd almost been at the conference. There was so much information in his report, and he's a very good representative for us at that forum.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to the recommendation? Councillor Robertson.
Just a question, Mayor. Councillor Hales's attendance at the conference is being paid for by the council, but I would imagine even more than that sum of money is going to come forward for or he is bearing the cost of, that's my question, is he bearing the cost of transport and accommodation while he's there?
Through the Mayor for Mayor. So the Australian Coastal Council's organisation are paying for his flights and accommodation because he would need to attend there for the board meeting. It's council's providing the fee for the registration of the conference.
Councillor Kemp, you wanted to speak?
Yes, just a couple of questions to start with. Is there a staff member attending on this occasion? And the second question is that, was there an election for the representative on this this board? And I'm not quite sure whether the election's been held from all councils to vote for their representative from South Australia. I'm not quite sure where that sits in this context.
Yep, so to answer those both questions, so I'll answer the latter one first. Yes, there was an election, so this council nominated Councillor Nick Hales and also Mayor Keith Parkes. So both of those elected members from our region were appointed onto the board just recently, and that came back to this council for the vote as well. In regards to a staff member attending the conference at this stage, normally it would either be Glenn Sanford or myself have attended in the past. At this current stage, unless there's some real pressing issues in the program, I think one representative if the council supports this recommendation, I think Councillor Hales did an exceptionally good job of attending and reporting back. But if sometimes there are particular issues that I think would benefit by administration attending, we would send somebody, but I haven't made that decision at this stage.
Thank you, CEO. One of the issues I have about people attending conferences and that, yes, they come back and write fantastic reports about what's happened, what the subjects were and presentations. But what I look for when people, and we spend money on this, that, you know, there actually something does come back which we can look at to implement or research or investigate. As far as I've seen so far, at the time I've spent in council and also observation, that there's nothing really been brought back by elected members which have been researched or implemented from these things. So to me, it can be really a waste of time and effort, because apart from networking to a degree, and also the fact that, yes, you're all doing a descriptive of what was presented, and you can get those from the reports after the meetings, and you can get actually a download of all the presentations and that. So, you know, in that respect, for someone to go away at these expenses, things like that, I think there has to be some better feedback to our community to exactly what are some of the issues that we could be looking at, and should be put into a strategic document to look at these coastal issues. And this is why we send people away, to get that information. But until that happens, I won't be supporting this one.
Thank you, Councillor Littley.
Yeah, just a question. Am I right in thinking that Councillor Hales is required to attend in Fremantle as a member of the board? So he's going over there, and this is, while he's over there, he has the opportunity to attend this conference. Is that correct?
Yes, that is my understanding as well.
So I'll definitely be supporting this. I was of that way as well. I think that the cost of $1,084 is a good investment when we've got someone on the ground there already. It'd be a missed opportunity to not tap into that information just on the basis of $1,000 out of, I know it's an expense, but yeah, if Councillor Hales is over there doing his duty as he's been elected to do, he should be seeking out as much information, and there's going to be a wealth of information there.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak in relation to this motion? Councillor Mann.
I would thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'd just say, yeah, just echoing the points made, that I think Councillor Hales would do an excellent job. He's one of 2 state executive representatives on the national board, being the Australian Coastal Councils Association. And I just think it is such an important issue for us, and then Australia broadly as well. And also, I think the money that is being asked for to fund this training and conference attendance is coming from the money that we have specifically put aside for training and conferences. So I don't see a problem with using the money that we've put aside for the use that we intended it for. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. There's no further debate. Councillor Schofield, do you want to close?
I just would like to agree with the majority of the speakers. I do know that Nick has put the information that he obtained last year through the systems that he works with, and in particular with our staff. And I mean, this year some of the presentations will be different, but what we learnt last year, certainly the information that we brought back would be very valuable if those situations arose. So Nick is continually, I know, speaking and working with our head staff, and he definitely will not hold anything to himself. He will definitely be sharing. So I support this wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. I'll now put that motion block to the vote. All those in favour? Sorry, can you hold your hands up, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 1, 2, 3. That's carried. Thank you very much. Certainly. All those in favour? Just wait for Karina to catch up. Councillor Mann? Councillor Littley? Councillor Robertson? Councillor Schofield? Councillor Henderson? Those against? Councillor Kemp? Councillor Charles? Councillor Glasbrook? Declare that motion carried. Michelle. We now move to item 10.3.3, which is the Waste Avoidance Bill 2019. That's before Parliament. And I'll do the two recommendations en bloc. And the first one is that Council receive and note the draft single-use and other plastics product. That's the Waste Avoidance Bill 2019 report. And then recommendation 2 in relation to the following feedback. Councillor Hales, you want to move that way? Does Councillor Henderson, you happy to second that en bloc? Councillor Kemp?
I just want to have the opportunity to add a fifth dot point, if possible, if we do move it en bloc.
Yep, sure. What's your fifth?
Thank you. Basically, what we're going to send off to the government is to seek from the SA government funding in developing and implementing a marketing program for the City of Victor Harbor, because I think the reasons what we need to do, it's all right to have this, but we need to educate and market to our people, to our community, about single use of plastic straws and various things like that. So they need to be aware of it. So why should it come out at our cost, where I think it should be looked at? And it's only just a recommendation that we should seek some funding from the government to support our marketing to our community.
Sure. Can I suggest, and it's up to you, whether rather than just say to Victor Harbor, since this feedback goes to the Local Government Association, to marketing for councils of the local government?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but this is our position on how we see this legislation and how we do it. So from our point of view, but certainly I would imagine the LGA may pick up that funding marketing strategy as well. So sure. I'm just doing it from our council.
Sure. Are you happy with that, Councillor Hales and Councillor Henderson? Yep. I'll just wait for Karina to put that in so you can see it. Can you repeat that?
All right. To seek from the SA government funding in developing and implementation a marketing program for the City of Victor Harbor.
want to speak to that? No? Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that motion 1 and 2? Councillor Charles, you want to speak to that?
That's speaking to the
The whole
entire
lot.
and what Councillor
Include-
Kemp's
yep.
put up.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I only want to say that this is a dying article. This is what you're talking about, far as straws are concerned. And already nursing homes are using solid straws. So I don't know whether there's any necessity for the council to stock these things. Of course, this just happens to be in a cup, but they also do them in the bendy straws. And people with disabilities are given sippy cups. Many of them can't suck for nuts, you know, if their life depended on it. So I just want to bring it to your attention. It's not going to change anything. I'll vote for this, but I don't see why council needs to stock them here in behind reception, or has been suggested, or any council needs to, because these days you can buy coffee cups which you take to McDonald's and refill, and you know the world is changing. So I think you know, just need to consider that. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson, you wanted to say something?
Yes, Mayor. I think this whole set of items on 2, except for the last one submitted by Councillor Kemp, which I think is good. But the others out there, this whole business of single-use plastics is ubiquitous in our lives, and it's an elephant we can only address seriously by, you know, one chew at a time. And us going back to this Greens Industries SA and the LGA in terms of, you know, what we're doing, we're saying here in principle support the draft single-use and other plastic products. But in fact, we're building all sorts of exemptions into this sort of thing that make the whole business in fact, basically a nonsense. And then further down in the body of the recommendations coming out of this bill that the government's putting out is that these massive fines, 20 or 30,000 bucks for someone who starts to sell plastic straws, and thinking, you know, you can go and rob a store and get fined less than that. You know, what's going on here? And we haven't sorted out how we're going to do that, not even in our own cafe here. So to me, a lot of this stuff is so riven with contradictions, and, you know, dipping the toes into the water, withdrawing it out, putting it back in, that I'm wondering where we're going on this. You know, just take the example, we've already passed this relatively easy notion that there'll be no more helium balloons at our events. So that's pretty simple. But you know, the plastic straw issue, with all the exemptions that are in there, and the ubiquity of this item, is something beyond where we can go as a council. And so for me, we're even here seeking an item 2, seek further clarification is sought on what level of expectations there will be on local government authorised officers to enforce the legislation. Agreed. You know, good luck with that. You know, if we had 50 council inspectors, it wouldn't make a difference. So we go down the path with these sort of recommendations, but where are we heading in terms of all of this? Where's the end game? And I can't see it. So to me, I'm not going to support it because I don't understand it, and I don't think there's clarity on where we're going in a strategic sense or in a practical sense either.
Thank you. Is there any more contributions to the debate? If not, Councillor Howes, would you like to wrap up?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, like most things the state government presents to us, Councillor Robertson has a massive issue with, and most times he's right, and I couldn't agree more with him in terms of part 2. It's why we're asking this question of the state government. It's all nice and well for you to introduce legislation, but are you going to expect us to do the enforcement of it? And if so, where's the money? The bill's going to move ahead regardless of our feedback or not, and so we must play our dutiful part, being the third level of government, and at least try and influence it. I think absolutely the hill is massive. It's an elephant, but as you said, got to eat it one mouthful at a time. And realistically, people won't change unless they're forced to in relation to this stuff. Plastic straws, cutlery, containers, and polystyrene, everything and anything made out of that toxic material. And so the state government's heading in the right direction. We have to get rid of this stuff. It was seen as a game changer and a miracle when it came about, and we're only starting to see the consequences of it now, possibly too late. But has to be done, should be done. I know many a time I go to a restaurant, order a drink, and there's a straw in the damn cup, and I didn't ask for that. And so it's those simple things like that. While there are exemptions to it, and there will still be access to plastic straws for those who need it or see fit to use it, it'll get rid of that day-to-day casual usage of this stuff that just isn't necessary. So I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. I'll now put the recommendation to the floor. All those in agreement with the motion, the recommendation? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now move to item 10.3.4. It's Code of Conduct. Councillor Peter Charles. Councillor Charles, you may have a conflict of interest in this.
Yes, but I can make a statement.
With leave of the meeting, you can make a personal explanation.
Thank you.
Does the meeting allow Councillor Charles to make a personal explanation? Those who are happy for that? Yes, you've got more than 2/3. Please do.
Thank you. May I just draw to your attention, I strongly believe that you have an actual conflict of interest, Mayor, because your recommendation to the Ombudsman that this matter be forwarded to SACAT. I believe a fair-minded person would think that you have already made your decision. So please consider that.
I'm happy for you to continue making your personal explanation.
So you don't believe you've got a conflict of interest? Good, thank you. My intention was not to share confidential information. Council, as a very fact, I sent the alleged confidential material in an open email using my council-provided tablet to yourselves, the CEO and the Victor Harbour Residents Action Group, knowing that by doing so it would be captured on Council's server, be read by staffer, reported and archived for state records. If my intention was to share confidential material, I had the option to do so with the Victor Harbour Residents Action Group off the record in a sneaky, covert, undercover manner, sipping on a coffee with a Tim Tam in a member's home. In just 3 weeks from now, on the 14th of February, it'll be 1 year since the informal meeting where confidential information was shared. The informal meeting was not a secret confidential meeting, but the Ombudsman seems to believe it was even a confidential meeting that was being had. It is my understanding that I am in this position tonight as I quoted a statement used by Queen's Counsellor Michael Harris, a statement I allege he would have used many times in his professional career as a general comment suitable for many in many situations. Unfortunately, I'm not permitted to repeat it publicly as it has been retained in confidence, but you councillors are aware of it. Nevertheless, Michael's statement was positive, and put in different words, my words, was a simple reassurance to those present at the informal gathering that all the potential issues of claims would be cooperatively and justly examined. I believe this would be reassuring news to the Victor Harbour Residents Action Group, who officially represent our community and have been following the issue on the community's behalf. With due respect, I believe that if, as a result of the email I sent, the negotiations were jeopardised and insurance claims compromised, Council would have been advised by now with the passing of more than 11 months. Let me be crystal clear, this is not about corruption or personal gain of any kind. I do not seek notoriety. However, my 5 years on council and an accumulation of an abundant codes of conduct have been my remuneration. I'm motivated by a deep concern by the individuals who had no voice, and I've spoken for them. I am motivated by the expenditure of over 20 years of over an unconfirmed estimated $1 million of public money. I am motivated by the loss of our community and future generations of what could have been a public reserve, essential environmental wetland and a haven for native wildlife and vegetation, and so much more. I do truly apologise for the way I handle this matter, insofar as at the time of writing the email, I believed that at last a process was in place that would ultimately bring this issue to a satisfactory conclusion. I felt very positive. However, in hindsight, I realise I was wrong. There are more, many more bridges to cross. By the way, all councillors, you have the freedom to vote as you like on this. I'll leave it with you. Thank you very much. I'm leaving the room.
Thank you. Now we can do the recommendation 1, 2 and 3 on block if you'd like, or we can do them individually. Councillor Robertson?
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes.
Do you believe you have a conflict of interest in this matter?
No, I don't. Would you like to do the recommendations individually, or are you happy to do recommendations 1, 2 and 3 on block? On block? That's fine. Would someone like to move recommendations 1, 2 and 3 on block? Councillor Hales, thank you. And Councillor Schofield, thank you very much. Would you like to speak to that? No? Councillor Schofield? No? Does anybody want to speak to that recommendations 1, 2, 3? Councillor Kemp?
Yes, again, it's an interesting position to be in, to make decisions on a fellow council in believing what they were doing their duty in the context. But yes, the breach is there. That was confidential. It was stated quite clearly, so I can see where the breach was. As for the interpretation of what was stated, it can be debated whether it was really confidential, which it would have had an impact or not had an impact. But again, the initial issue was that there was a breach done, and that's where we are. But I do have a question to you, Mayor Jenkins. In your statement to the Ombudsman, that there have been a number of previous occasions on which Councillor Charles has breached the code, as well as internal investigations by the council into previous behavioural breaches of the code. I'm just wondering, apart from his codes of conduct, how many other internal investigations have been undertaken, and have they been noted by councils in chamber, and what are those investigations about? Because if
I'll have to take that on notice, Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, that's fine, because I mean, you made a statement to the Ombudsman which may, if there was no internal investigation, or if there were, we're unaware of them as a council, and that may have influenced the Ombudsman in his decisions as well. So I'm just wondering if there's any validity around that statement. That's all.
I wouldn't lie to the Ombudsman, no. And I'm happy to take that on notice. Does anybody, Councillor Henderson?
Thank you, Mayor. Early last year, I attended the ICAC forum, and at that forum, there was an address by the Ombudsman who pointed out to the members there, and I realised not every elected member was there, which is why I'm going through this. He pointed out very strongly to us our roles and responsibilities in terms of such issues as this one in front of us. What he did point out was that any recommendations that he sends to us as elected members, we really are obliged to follow those recommendations. Because if we don't, by default, we are in breach of that code of conduct ourselves. And he made that point very strongly. So I just want elected members to keep that in mind. Yes, it's not easy to make decisions like this on fellow members of our team, if you like, but we are bound by the rules as elected members to follow the Ombudsman's recommendations. So there we are.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Does anybody else want to say something? Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I think just to add more broadly to Councillor Henderson's points, is the fact that we do live in a liberal democracy, and as part of that, we give these independent institutions such as the Ombudsman and ICAC the powers to act as checks and balances for government. So regardless of my personal thoughts and opinions about the matter, and Councillor Charles, since we do live in a liberal democracy, I believe that we have to respect these independent institutions and their decisions, which is why I'll be supporting the recommendation.
Councillor Mann. Just in response to a question I think Councillor Robertson asked me and Councillor Charles also asked me, it's not my role to recommend that somebody is sent or not sent. It's the role of the council. And so I felt that by saying to the Ombudsman that the recommendation needs to come back to council for council to make a decision about another elected member, then that was the right thing to do. And so that's what I did, given the history. If there's no further discussion on recommendations 1, 2 and 3, Councillor Howes.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Just in closing, the Ombudsman's report now, of course, has been published in a public agenda.
Yes.
I would just like to read a small excerpt, which comes from the final opinion from the Ombudsman. It states, "It is also my final view that Councillor Charles's contravention of clause 3.3 of part 3 of the Code of Conduct was contrary to law within the meaning of section 25(1)(a) of the Ombudsman's Act, because Councillor Charles breached the code and therefore section 63 of the Local Government Act. I note with concern that Councillor Charles has been found by this office to have breached the code on a number of prior occasions. Although Councillor Charles initially accepted that he had made an error in this instance and that he would not do it again, he subsequently attempted to justify his conduct." This is not a nice thing. This is something that we shouldn't have to do or deal with. But it's not something we always have to deal with. After 5 and a bit years, there are clear rules set out within the Code of Conduct for all elected members across this state to follow. And on this occasion, yet again, one of our members has failed to do so. It's not that these are secret rules. It's not that they are only targeting some. It is the same rules for all individuals. And after half a decade on this council, a member should know how to follow them.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. I now put that recommendation 1, 2 and 3 en bloc to the chamber. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Can I have a division, please? All those in favour? Councillor Hales? Councillor Mann? Councillor Littley? Councillor Kemp? Councillor Robertson? Councillor Schofield? Councillor Henderson? Against? Councillor Glasbrook. Okay, that motion carried. We now come to motion 4, which is the Ombudsman's recommendation, recommendation 4. And that recommendation is that Council accept the Ombudsman's recommendation that Council lodge a complaint with the South Australian Civil and Administrative Tribunal with a view to obtaining an order imposing a fine, a period of suspension or some other penalty on Councillor Peter Charles. Do I have someone to move that way? Councillor Hales, and seconded by Councillor Littley. Councillor Hales, do you want to speak to that? Councillor Littley, would you like to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to that motion? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor. I accept the first line and a half of that motion, up to the point of and lodge a complaint with the Civil Tribunal. I have a problem with the issue that, with a view to obtaining an order imposing something on Councillor Peter Charles. Why do we have a view to obtaining an order imposing one of those penalties on Councillor Peter Charles? Why not just leave it up to the tribunal to do their job?
That's the recommendation from the Ombudsman, Councillor Robertson.
Yes, but we don't, we can accept the Ombudsman's recommendation.
But that is the Ombudsman's recommendation.
Yes, we don't have to accept it in full though. The, you know, there's Councillor Charles, in my view, notwithstanding I voted clearly for the fact that he has stepped over the line in terms of what he did, and it's not the first time. He lives on the edge of doing his duty, which I believe he is a person who really works extremely hard for the people of this, the residents of this city. And yes, there are times when his demeanour and his language, etc., causes a lot of grief. But on the positive side, a lot of what he does enriches what we do as a council. And I don't think that he should. We're recommending that he goes to the, that it goes to the tribunal for a decision. But I hope that in some way that all the banter that's been provided about how many times he's breached and etc., or how many investigations he's been under, that there's nothing in there also which talks about the hard work, extremely hard work that he does for the residents of the area, and no one's perfect. So I'm just wondering here why we want to tell the tribunal what they're going to do in terms of since we're not putting up any, you know, this is not a criminal, he's a serial offender on issues of laxity on emails and so on. But he's not the only one that has laxity on, you know, social media and emails. So to me, it's let the tribunal do its job. So if you like, that's an amendment to that we leave out everything after the tribunal.
Do you have a seconder for the amendment?
Through the Mayor, if I may, Councillor Robertson's point, which he's looking to make, the council can choose to remove that second part from the word with. The motion should read that council accept the Ombudsman's recommendation and that council lodge a complaint with the South Australian Civil and Administration Tribunal, full stop. There is nothing to stop the council from doing that without detailing, which is what Councillor Robertson is looking to do. If the mover and second aren't prepared to make that a variation, then yes, it would need to be a formal amendment. It's not changing the intent.
You happy to make a variation, mover and seconder? No? But you need to hear the amendment first. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Kemp? Councillor Kemp, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, the reason why I second this amendment, I think it's a good solution, because I think we can't be supporting, I believe, the Ombudsman telling the tribunal how to do their job. I think that the tribunal knows what it has to do with a complaint coming in, and I think they'll use their mechanisms through the processes, and they'll make their own decisions, and I don't think we need to support those things. If the tribunal comes back and suspends him or fines him or does both, then that's the tribunal. But for us to support the Ombudsman's position on telling the tribunal what to do, I think this is a better solution overall, to let the tribunal deal with the facts as they are presented.
Does anybody else want to speak to the amendment? Councillor Robertson, you've already spoken.
A question, Mayor?
Question?
Yes, to the CEO. In this process where the council lodges a complaint with the tribunal, tribunal presumably accepts that, I guess, and then starts doing its investigation, I guess. Then can you just briefly run through what sort of process that involves in terms of their investigation? What I'm really getting at is that is there any chance during the tribunal's deliberations that they seek, factors beyond the actual misdemeanours that are outlined?
Yes, they do. So in answer to your question, there's a set process that SACAT will go through. We will be required to lodge it. Similarly, it's like an online lodgement. There's a fee of about $70 odd. They will actually want all the documentation, which would be include the Ombudsman's report. They will then seek they give 21 days for the applicant, which will be Councillor Charles, to provide a response, and then they will schedule a hearing, and then they work through that process. Usually takes up to 6 weeks. So yes, it's similar to, it's not like an investigation, but it's basically hearing on the grounds of what's being presented to them.
Does anybody else want to speak to the amendment? If not, I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? Those against the amendment? That's lost. We go back to the original recommendation. Does anybody want to speak to the original recommendation who hasn't spoken to the amendment? Councillor Littley?
Yeah, the way I look at this is that, in sport we have referees, and in my mind, I liken the Ombudsman to the referee here, and the council is the managing that team. If I'm on the football field and I give away a free, I get a free. If I remonstrate, I get 50 metres. If I keep going, I keep pushing, as has been the case with repeated offences from Councillor Charles, I get sent to the tribunal. The Ombudsman as a referee is in the best position to advise how that looks when it gets to the tribunal. That's the way it happens in my world of sport, and that's why I look at it this way. I think keeping this motion as was put is the best thing we can do. We're guided by the Ombudsman. They're the person in the best position to advise us on how we should progress.
Councillor Hales, do you want to close the debate? No. Put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Can I have a division, please? Those in favour? Hales? Councillor Mann? Councillor Lidley? Councillor Kemp? Councillor Schofield? And Councillor Henderson? Those against? Councillor Glasbrook? Councillor Robertson? That motion's carried. And I think this might be an appropriate time to have a 10-minute break and stretch. I'll see you back here at 8:20. Thank you. Live stream. We now come up to item 10.4, outstanding resolutions, and the recommendation is that council receive and note the outstanding resolutions January 2020 report. Would somebody like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and thank you, Councillor Kemp. Would either of you like to speak? Councillor Kemp?
More of a question, I suppose, and it's maybe been asked many times. We've got currently 53 outstanding resolutions, and I know some are dating back to 2016. I'm just wondering if the CEO can give us an update on how do we clear the number of resolutions, and are they really impacting on our ability to do our business? Is it costing us money? Those types of what timeframes to resolve some of these, because I think I'm just wondering whether it is a good look for our council if it compiles up, or maybe it's just a standard practice or what happens in council. If the CEO could just give me some clarification, please.
Thank you for the question. Through the Mayor, obviously this January outstanding resolutions is quite significant. We had quite a big agenda in December, if you recall. We finished at nearly 1:45 in the morning, and we've had a closure time during that time, a number of staff on holidays. So there are more outstandings probably from December meeting than normal, but we are certainly on track with those now. And yes, some of the other items do date back to 2016, prior to my time even being here, but keeping them on there is showing that we are still continuing to progress them. Many of them are out of our control. We're working with other third-party organisations and making sure that council is keeping on top of them. And some are the requirement of ongoing projects or strategies, but it's certainly at the forefront of my attention of working through these and trying to keep more information coming back to the chamber and keeping you up to date. But this is quite an unusual one because of that December meeting. So my apologies.
Councillor Charles, you've got a question?
Thank you. I spoke with CEO today. Did I? No, received an email. We worked with emails today and they were quite safe. So the conversation, it was as a result of a question that I asked as to how many homes or how many residents between 74 Hindmarsh Road and what's the name, Court, can't think of it now, or the other number at the other end, which
Hindmarsh Road and Haywood Court.
Haywood Court, thank you. Okay.
So
how many? Yes, and you have an answer for us.
So that item has been on the agenda for some time, from 2016, where council was seeking some support or approval, a process for the acquisition of that land from Crown Land. The council administration has been pursuing that for some time, and then the time that I've been here, I know we've continued to pursue it. The Mayor has written to David Basham to seek his support. He has corresponded with Crown Land, and I did report just in December that they had scheduled a meeting to meet with me, and that was last week. They have written to all of the property owners of those 8 properties, 6 facing onto Hindmarsh Road and 2 onto Haywood Court, seeking their opinion, I guess, in terms of council's request to acquire that land. They've met with me regarding those responses and will provide a written response back in due course. They sought council's input as to why we were looking to acquire that land. Obviously given them all copies of our council resolutions and the discussions that have centred around that. And I believe now they're going to move quite quickly on it. The Crown Land is in the same position as other SA departments in regards to selling off certain parts of land. Similar conversations we've had with SA Water and Department of Environment and Water, and now with Crown Land. So I'm hoping we'll have a response as to what council's trying to achieve very soon.
I understand they'd have a backlog because it's been going on now for 4 years exactly, pretty well. And all right, we've had 2 governments, and the initial, very early in the piece when I first got on council, it was myself, Bob Marshall, and I think Councillor Glasbrook, who were raising questions but not motions, and motions are the only thing that make things happen. Learnt that pretty quickly. Questions, questions, questions because of the bike track, and of course saying why and how come it's being one end's being purchased by number 74. It made the paper many times. I've sent you all
Councillor Charles, we're
snippets of that.
talking about
No.
outstanding resolutions.
We are, and I'm talking about an outstanding resolution which is 4 years old. In fact, it's the oldest one that we have not attended to yet. And this is a vital piece of land for our bike track. And you didn't support it when we were in council. Unfortunately, you might still have had it. And somebody on staff, a junior member of staff, said, we don't require it, which was amazing. So as far as bike walking trail, it's the most iconic section to walk along there and look out over the ocean. And that is Crown land at present moment. And I do hope we're not going to be expected to purchase it from Juna, that it'll be gifted to us so that we can still cantilever something off the back of 74 and put our bike trail through there, which will be a whole lot cheaper than taking it along the train line.
Through the Mayor, sorry, just to clarify, Crown Land is the owner of the property, not due. Very different, there's different government departments own different pieces of land. We are dealing directly with Crown Land on that piece of land, not due.
And it was offered to council by Crown Land and council refused it. Said, no, we don't require it after we'd already required it.
Does anybody else have anything to say? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor. This is on this 10.4.1.
Yes.
I have a series of questions. I'll be as quick as I can. On the LED issue, the council is to undertake community awareness program on that. Two questions here. How is this going in relation to the community awareness program? And is the community awareness going to include the deed of licence with AIC for the carbon credits?
Yeah, the first question, NOVN commencing the rollout of the LEDs commencing the 10th of February, and there's been discussions and communication with their communications media department with our communications officer, and those details will be on our website in the next few days. And there's a frequently asked questions sheet there as well, and they'll be rolling out a plan of each area that they'll be doing prior, so people can see, and with those frequently asked questions as well, if there's any complaints or further inquiries, they can make contact as well.
And a question about the carbon credits program we signed up to with AIC.
Yes, that's right. That's been submitted. We haven't received anything as yet. We've got to wait for the change to occur first by NOVN, which is SAPN. It's a subsidiary of SAPN, South Australian Power Networks. Once that's occurred, then I'll be following up in relation to those carbon credits.
Right. On page 68, the murals in the CBD. Just to double check, we have approvals from Telstra and National Pharmacies for those murals, don't we?
We do.
Yeah. And what's not mentioned in that particular resolution is the concrete wall on Bay Road. Is the same process going along with the identification of the murals?
From what I understand in relation to the concrete wall is that murals aren't appropriate because of the amount of traffic that goes past the sun that concrete wall gets. And so I know that the administration team in relation to arts are looking at a mural that will be a mosaic along that concrete wall as opposed to a painted mural.
Yes, but I'm just wondering about it was originally part of whether it's a painted on or a mosaic. Is that also under consideration, the identification of the artist and construction of it?
Yes, it is, as far as I know. Do you want to speak to that, Mark?
So as members will be aware, we've actually gone out to the community seeking artist response for the Telstra building in the main street. We have allocated a provision in the budget for that. We're just waiting for that artist to be appointed, and then we'll be shifting our attention to the the Bay Road mural. We did consider as a part of that exercise seeking grant funding. There is an option to engage local community members to actually do the work, which opens us up to some grant funding opportunities, hence the delay.
Yeah, on page 71, the recommendation we passed on the climate emergency, in the text there, it's in the text there on the follow-up action, it says that it's difficult to instigate this with current resourcing. And the proposal is that we consider actions in 2021, that's next financial year, for projects in 21-22. I think this is, if this is going to be, we're going to get rid of this outstanding resolution, then us having difficulty instigating it because of current resourcing, is that why aren't we then bringing in more community resources into doing this? This is where the real change is going to take place. And then we have this renewables committee, which is just elected members with lots of things to do. Apart from writing letters to the state and federal government, I think that we could be hurrying the removal of that resolution off the list if we just involved the community a lot more.
Maybe through the Mayor, if it's okay to respond to your statement, if you actually read the recommendation, one of those is actually that the administration provide or present the City of Victor Harbor with costed recommendations in regards to potential tangible actions that the City of Victor Harbor could seek to prioritise in the short to medium term, acknowledging the move or the more action is required at all levels of government. So it's more around the costing of actually the resourcing of getting all those costs of different priority actions coming to the chamber. So we are looking at some, but this item will be on there for some time because there's quite obviously a few to do. And we have only just been through one budget workshop, or two budget workshops, sorry. So it's more around doing those costings. Unfortunately, it's not ability to bring in the community members to do that piece of work.
Of the community land, this is out on the Ring Road, opposite Arambura, I guess. Just a question here to the CEO is that given that the revocation of that land is going to bring the title for the development right up to the edge of the Ring Road, what I would hate to see, personally, this is a personal opinion, I'd hate to see that we have what we end up with on that stretch of road is a massive Callabon Canyon, as I call them, where, because it'll probably be the intention of the developers to have the backyards facing the main highway, and therefore they want to put up a Callabon Canyon, big Callabon fence. Is there anything that we as a council can do to make sure that the revocation of that land doesn't end up with an iron fence, and that there's either a sufficiently wide nature strip, for want of a better word, that would enable planting to take place there to hide that housing development?
Yes, so that will be part of the process of when the developer looks to lay out their designs for that development, their entry and exits into that area, and obviously the surrounding buffer, I guess, in terms of not only on the Adelaide Road, but also on that road, on the Welch Road. So we're having contributions of when those plans and development plans come to council or come to CAP.
Can you put your microphone on or speak into your microphone?
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
the design and construction options for, what's that one on the Kinley Street parking, I think, isn't it? No, take the number down. Will council, the expression of interest document for the design of the I think it's the car parking, the parking place, will that come to council for approval, or is that an internal decision in the administration? The EII description or the terms of reference?
We're definitely bringing it back to elected member input, whether that be by a briefing or a council resolution. Usually it will come via CASPAC. So my intention is to come back via council, but we want to get moving as quickly as possible. That's currently being prepared.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's the end.
Is there any more discussion about outstanding resolutions? If not, I'll put that recommendation to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Number
Mayor
11.
Jenkins.
Sorry.
I'd like to declare a material conflict of interest due to my grandparents owning a premises within stage 4 of the development and thus being a remote lineal ancestor under section 4 of the Act. I'll leave the chamber.
Thank you, Braden. We now come to the Main Street Precinct Master Plan, Stage 4 design. So if anybody else has any conflicts of interest in relation to the Stage 4 design of the Main Street Master Plan, may be appropriate for you to declare them. If not, I'll do the recommendations en bloc. The council receive and note the progress of the design intentions and that council endorse the direction for the Main Street Master Plan Stage 4 for design purposes based on attachment A.
I oppose the en bloc discussion. I prefer to discuss them separately, please.
All right. So the first recommendation is that council receive and note the progress. And would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Carol, and seconded by Marilyn Henderson. Do you want to speak to that, Carol? Marilyn? No? Anyone want to speak to that first recommendation? Not, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. And recommendation 2 is what we discussed at the CASPAC meeting and had the briefing on in December by the designers. And that recommendation is that council endorse the direction for the Main Street Precinct Master Plan Stage 4 for design purposes based on attachment A within the report. Move that way, Councillor Henderson, and seconded by Councillor Hales. Do either of you want to speak to that? No? Councillor Kemp, you want to speak to that?
Yes. Part of the information under purpose, when we had a workshop, we put up some new suggestions and ideas on what we wanted in Stage 4 design. That's not included in this attachment A, which if we approve this tonight, then this gives enables council and Oxygen to initiate stakeholder engagement and various things like that. So I want to make sure that we look at those new designs as to what we suggested to go in before we endorse any more movement on this. So I would have thought Oxygen want to come back with those additional suggestions for discussions before we move it forward.
Sorry, through the Mayor, if I may. I believe the workshop you had on with Oxygen was on the 13th of January, which I wasn't present at. What items have not been included?
There are suggestions about changing the streetscaping around Albert Place by having a mirror image of trees on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, looking at the different types of trees within the Ocean Street area, whether, you know, there's some things. Also, I think that taxi ranks and various things like that haven't been, because it's the original stuff we discussed, but the additional stuff we looked at and wanted to look at and see how it would look, which they said they would do, has not been presented here for us to move forward, I believe.
So just to clarify, my understanding would be that this was the material that was presented to you at that workshop, and now you obviously, there is additional material you've now provided that would then be incorporated to the next stage of the design. This is just an update of one stage of the design. I'm just going to look to Acting Director. Can you just clarify that all of the comments by members were taken on board and are incorporated into the next stage?
Yes, I will. In regards to the parking matter, I've looked at the plans that have been provided to members, and there shouldn't be any impingement on parking in terms of the ability for council to amend car parking spaces to be drop-off zones or loading zones. This is 60%, so there is time for and scope for amendments still to come. I guess the risk of holding this up is that will be seeking grant funding for 50% of the costs. That funding program is due on the 31st of March. And I guess my concern would be if council were to sort of slow it down here, it would impinge on our ability to apply for that grant funding, noting there is still time for amendments to be made.
Thanks, but I just want to make sure we didn't lose what we were suggesting and discussed, that's all.
Councillor Robertson?
Yes, a question, please. They have in the purpose document on page 82 of the agenda, it says here that the stage 4, that is now the combined, I think, the old stage 4 and 5 or 3 and 4, that this is to be the next Main Street priority, and have two pressures on us that are coming at us whether we like it or not very soon. One is that the McKinley Street car parking was to be some distance in the future, and I think is now stage 7 or something like that. Anyway, that might jump up the list. And also with the causeway starting construction this year, our whole revamping of the area around Warland Reserve on the other side than to Albert Place means that we're going to have to jump up, a fair bit of money. I would estimate probably at least $1 million. So in terms of the priorities and where we're going, it's really a question partly to finance, I guess, is that we go after grants for this particular stage now as being the next Main Street priority, and then in the meantime, two heads pop up out of the woodwork to do with the landing area on the causeway and or the McKinley Street car park. Where do we go? How exposed are we then to say, well, state government, which I presume is the source of the funding that we're seeking, says, well, hang on guys, you just have one of these options, and therefore does that mean that if we go ahead with this, they give us the money for their share of stage 4 because it's the next priority, that we then have to put off or do something else about funding of these other items that are coming at us because of third-party developments?
Sorry, through the Mayor. Just to clarify in terms of the purpose and the priority, so put it into the context of council resolved to complete stages 4 to 7 and its design phase, and it moved forward as a priority, stage 4, and I believe it was combining stages 4 and 6 together. So that's the priority. The design work for stages 7 and 5 are not there. This was a design priority for the Main Street project, so that's the context of where the priority comes into it. Doesn't mean it's a priority amongst all other things that the council's trying to address, and that's exactly those items that you've referred to. My understanding is that the funding that we're looking to progress through is for beyond detail design, is for construction, and we are aware that there is evidence that shows that councils have applied for multiple projects from the same pool and different pools, and in this case it will be the People for Places funding, but there is also funding federally available, which we could probably look at, which is around the Building Better regions. They tend to be bigger pockets of money. So we are considering that and looking at all the grants and taking that in context, knowing that we have a number of things on the run at the moment.
Councillor Charles?
Just a statement. I'm delighted with what is proposed for the bottom end of Ocean Street and Albert Place. It's going to make it a real people's spot. It already is, but it's going to increase the amount of enjoyment that our tourists and our residents get from inhabiting that area. And whilst it's going to be a success, and I have absolutely no doubt of it, the top end of Ocean Street will suffer again, because that's where the pool's going to be. So this is why, earlier discussed tonight, we need to be supporting anybody who dares to go to the top of Main Street to set up a business. We really need to get behind them. Otherwise, we're going to have a nothing up there. Okay, and I'm not a prophet, but that's just the way it is.
Thank you. Is there anything else, any further debate in relation to recommendation 2? Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate? No. In that case, then I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's unanimously carried. Thank you. Will somebody get some man back in? Thank you, Michelle. Councillor Mann. 11.1.2 is the Local Heritage Incentive Grant Application and Policy Amendment. I'm happy to do that recommendation en bloc unless anybody objects to that. Councillor Charles?
I've got a point 4 to add to that. No surprise. I'll bring it up the front. But no objection to that
Being
now being
en bloc?
done that way en bloc.
Councillor Robertson? You prefer to go through them? All right. So the first recommendation is that council receive and note the Local Heritage Incentive Grants Application and Policy Amendment Report. You move that way, Councillor Robertson, and seconded by Councillor Hales. Thank you very much. Do either of you want to speak to that? I might ask, do you want to speak to that, Victoria? Because you wanted to talk about the difference in it.
Just to, the reason this is coming for council is under our, the changes that you did make for the policy, I would have normally had delegation to approve this, but given they are looking to provide their contribution by way of in-kind, there wasn't that clarity within the policy. So I think it's a fantastic initiative of a community organisation to look at restoring a community building, but this would obviously allow me to provide that same delegation of approval as I do with the other heritage applications.
Does anybody else want to speak to receiving and noting the report? Okay, so I'll put it to the chamber. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation is that council amend the Local Heritage Incentive Grant Scheme to allow in-kind contributions for community building as detailed in attachment A. And I think that should read, Victoria, I'll just check with you, that should be contributions for community groups as detailed in attachment A, not community building.
No, it's for the works to a community building, so it is relevant.
In-kind contributions for a community building as detailed. So it should be for a community building.
Do the policy for community building or buildings.
Buildings. Okay, as detailed in attachment A. Would someone like to move that way? Marilyn, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Either of you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson and then Councillor Glasbrook.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just totally echo the comments of the CEO before. Excellent that we're building in and encouraging local communities to fix these assets up.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Everything's been said. Anybody else want to speak to that? No? Do you want to speak to it? I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Recommendation 3, that council approve the application by Waipinga Progress Society to receive funding assistance in the 2019-20 financial year to assist with conservation works on the old school building located at 765 Waipinga Road, Waipinga, for the extent of $2,976 under the amended conditions of Council's Local Heritage Incentive Grant Scheme. Moved that way, Councillor Hales, and seconded by Councillor Charles. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, just a question to the CEO. Can we put a tag on this application to request the Waipinga Progress Society that they use at least a small part of this funding to write up a history of the school, publish a history of the school, if you like.
Through the Mayor, if I may, my preference, they've obviously articulated what they want to use this funding for. We have provisions through our local library, through our history room, that probably could assist them with doing that. We probably could direct it through our library to provide them with the assistance of writing up the history of the building through there, rather than utilising these funds that they're wanting to do for restoration works.
So could we then just notify the association that this assistance is available from the library, and encourage them to write up the history while they're doing the
Absolutely.
restoration?
Say Director Rokoczynski is writing away furiously there, and that's her area of responsibility, and we'll take that on board. So thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Hales, do you want to close the debate? All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And Councillor Charles, you had another point.
Yeah, I did. This is an unsolicited gift, if you want to call it that. Mayor, would councillors mind if I offer a point 4? Well, obviously that's okay. I noticed that the old Waipinga school building circa 1931 is surrounded by weeds and dirt, and without doubt muddy in winter. If you look at your photographs, everybody, you'll see that. My point 4 would be an offer to the Waipinga Progress Association, sufficient brick pavers from the Ocean Street revamp so that the old school building can be surrounded by a usable paved area to increase the usability of the facility, that it may be used for indoor, outdoor CFS functions, fundraisers, or as the need arises. So my motion is the Waipinga Progress Association to advise council of the square meterage of pavers they require to undertake paving to the restored porch area and building surrounds. Recycled pavers from Ocean Street be provided by council and delivered at no charge when available. This will preserve the building even more by having a walkway around it, and probably, you know, a wide, if you can imagine a wide patio. I think by the photograph, everybody's looked at that. The photographs are good to look at. You would know that there would be a benefit in doing this, and very supportive.
Someone like to second that? Councillor Glasbrook?
Well, can I make a comment? My comment would be, I think that we really should ask them if they would like the pavers. They may not want them. They may not want, you know.
We're making an offer they can refuse.
It seems to me you're forcing them upon them. You know, maybe you should just write them a letter saying that there will be some excess pavers. Would you like them?
Okay, if you want to change the motion, by all means do.
Can you speak through me, please, rather than back and forth?
Right through you. I'd suggest that if that's of concern, naturally they're going to be offered them, and if they say no, we don't require them, we really don't want to lay them, we're happy with our bumpy up and down piece of ground with dirt and weeds accordingly,
So
which I don't think. I think they'll be delighted to
If
have
we
the
change
offer.
the motion to the Waipinga Progress Association be offered recycled pavers from Ocean Street, delivered at no charge when available. And then they can give us, if they want it, then they can give us the meterage and say how much they want.
Indeed, I don't think it's too much of a battle to do that.
So you can see, so the motion now reads, Waipinga Progress Association to be offered recycle pavers from Ocean Street, which will be provided by council and delivered at no charge when available. Would someone like to second that motion? Councillor Littley, do you want to speak?
Yeah, just briefly, look, the Back Valley Tennis Club has done the same thing. Although there wasn't a motion passed, but I'm happy to support a motion along these lines to make that known to the Waipinga Progress Association that it is available. And they've been quite helpful out at Back Valley Tennis Club. It looks great and it's really tidied up the area and makes it quite usable. So it's a good idea. We'll put the offer out there.
Thank you. And I just note, Karina's added the words available to restore the porch entry and building surrounds, which captures your initial. Councillor Lilly seconded that. Yep. Does anybody else want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp.
Just a question on the pavers. Do we have any pavers in the depot which could be, transported sooner than later instead of waiting for the upgrade of the next phase of Ocean Street?
Yeah, through the Mayor, yeah, there is, but I'm not sure of the volume that's there. Would have to check on that for square meterage.
Anybody else want to speak to the motion? If not, Councillor Charles, do you want to close the debate?
Yeah, thank you, councillors. I can't see them knocking them back. And really, when they're having their fundraisers there, I'm sure they're bringing mud and dirt into the building. So, no, surely this is a preservation issue too. So, offering them is exactly what I wanted. So, thank you.
Thank you. Motion to the floor. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 11.1.3, which is the McKinley Street Car Parking Precinct Community Engagement. First recommendation is that council receive and note the report. Would someone like to move that way? Henderson, thank you, and Councillor Robertson seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to the report? Councillor Glasbrook. We're just noting and receiving it at the moment. If no one wants to speak to receiving and noting the McKinley Street report, carried unanimously. Second recommendation is that council endorse the draft community engagement strategy for the McKinley Street Car Parking Precinct, inclusive of the proposed engagement activities, promotional and engagement material and consultation survey, and that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to make any minor amendments to the strategy that do not alter the intent of the engagement. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Would someone like to second that? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Glasbrook?
Yes, I do. Firstly, I'd just like to make a comment that I'm so happy that this has been put out to the community. I'm not wrapped with this brochure, but it's people have got the opportunity now, and if they're prepared to put the time in and they're really upset about it, well, hopefully they will. In relation to amendments, do you want to go through those now? Is that the best way?
To the strategy. Yes, happy to do that. But yeah. This is not the this is the strategy. It's not the consultation brochure as such. So it's a strategy that council will take to engage with the community. But yes, absolutely looking to take any amendments.
Oh well, it certainly speaks of community engagement fact sheets and there's all sorts of things there. But anyway, that's fine. I would like to speak to lots of these things. So So this isn't going to go out to the community. This is just for our use. Is that what you're saying?
It will, no, it will be made publicly available. At the
Yes.
moment, it isn't, and I have tried to explain that in the report.
Well,
but-
I know,
but it
I
will
wanted to-
be.
Well, surely we
Um,
can discuss it. I want to discuss some aspects of it.
Yes, you can discuss aspects of it.
So the first thing is on page 3, just down the bottom. This is just a small item. It just says ratepayers. I just think that should be either residents or the community. It's just an oversight. All through this document, you've mentioned community, but in that one point there, it mentions ratepayers. I just don't like that term.
Happy to remove that.
Yeah, it should be either, you know, as I say, the community or residents, whichever you like.
Yep.
On page 2, in the second paragraph, virtually the bottom line where it says, therefore, some form of multi-deck parking, likely 3-storey, will be necessary to realise the Anchorage Hotel redevelopment. It says that all through this document. It's on lots and lots of pages. It's again on page 5, likely 3-storey. Page 6, likely 3-storey. Everything that's been presented to us is that it's been likely 3.5-storey on a portion of the land. When you've just written in there that it's likely to be 3-storey, I believe that people would assume that that's 3 stories over the whole site. But anything that's been proposed by the Anchorage to date, in my opinion, is 3.5 stories over the one existing car park next to the, the Jew building. So I just believe that that's misleading. And so therefore I think it should be changed. So it's in lots and lots of different places. That's not the proposal. The proposal isn't, the Anchorage has never said that they're going to build a 3-storey car park over the whole site. So anyway, that's just my opinion. The other thing that I struggle with a little bit is that in quite a few places it mentions there, for example, the earmarking of McKinlay Street for a multi-deck car park that services a wide range of stakeholders in the town centre has figured strongly in council's planning over the past 15 years. That's on page 6. It says a similar thing on page 9. It's a long-term vision to develop land in McKinlay Street car park. I just think that, and that goes on there, I won't read it all. I believe that that's just implying to the community that this has been on our radar for years and years and years, and now we're going to do it. Whereas I know it has been as part of our long-term strategic plans, but it would never have happened at the moment. If it wasn't for the Anchorage development, it would probably not have happened for another 5 or 10 years at least. So that's, again, my opinion. If you disagree, well, that's fine. I just feel that it's telling people that, you know, this has been on our plan for years, now we're going to do it. And I don't think that's the case. That's my opinion. That's how I read it. Also on page 8, number 3, it says height. 5 stories would yield approximately 500 parking spaces. We've been told at our workshops it would yield up to 700. So I just wonder why you haven't got the correct figure in there. Noting again, it says there, noting again that agricultural development anticipated a 3-storey car park. Again, you're applying the Anchorage is going to build a 3-storey car park over the whole site, which is not true. Number 4, cost in the order of $17 million, -5 million covered by the Anchorage Hotel. Well, I've spoken to Mr. Phillips today, and he's certainly not of the opinion that that's in any way the understanding that he has. He has said that he's prepared to build a 3.5-storey car park, which would have 266 parks at his expense, and he's estimated that that could cost up to $5 million. He is going to, I asked the meeting for leave to speak longer.
I'm sorry, it's not relevant. You were asking questions and giving feedback, so it's fine.
So I can keep going. So Mr. Phillips has informed me and said that I'm quite within my rights to say this evening. He's given me his permission. So that if he can build this for $4 million, he will, or whatever. He's going to do his own plan, his own building, his own building company. So he's certainly not interested in giving the council $5 million towards this. So I think you need to clarify that with Mr. Phillips, which apparently he believes that he's already mentioned that to you. Anyway, that's fine. I don't want to debate that. So that needs to be checked and I believe taken out. What else is there? I think I'm getting near the end. Yeah, more just three stories. It's all through this. So that's the main things. I think that a lot of those things that are in there are misleading, to say the least, and need to be clarified.
So through the Mayor, thank you for that feedback, and we will make those adjustments. I think it's fair to say that the current proposal council has, or the development approval, is for the 3.5-storey car park proposed by the Anchorage. That's the only thing we know of, as in terms of we have plans, or there are plans. The council's vision for that car park is still unknown, so that's what this consultation is exploring. And there has been reference to and strategy by this council around multi-storey car parking on that site for some years, and yes, it has been brought forward, and that's always been the comment, that it has been heightened and brought forward to council because of the Anchorage development. It may have been looking at it at a later stage if this wasn't the case, but it is the case, and that's why we are progressing the way we are. But I'll definitely look at making those changes and amendments, and I can still run this past members before we give it out for public comment, or comes out for public.
Thank you, I understand that. The other point that comes from what you've said is it doesn't say in here that you know, the intention is for the Anchorage to build this car park at no cost to the community, at no cost to anything, and that could be quite a reasonable outcome.
Well, again, that is something, and that's what this report is looking to, and that's part of the revocation of an item that we have in confidence, is there is no detailed agreement between the Anchorage and council at this current stage that details or dictates any of those details. A lot of it has just been discussion.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Totally agree with Tim. I'll just go through the ones I have here that are not what he's mentioned. The part of the, I think a good part of the initial desire by Councillor Glasbrook and myself, the motion that was put out, is not only about paid parking, which is critical, but it's also about the size of the investment, which is brought out to some extent in the document here. But I think it's a fine line we have to tread in this community engagement. This is another one of those investments like the new causeway. It's a 1 in 100-year thing. Yes, it may be possible to build the multi-storey car park of the size that Victor needs for the next 50 years or 100 years, because this is the opportunity. But it may be able to be built in 3 stages or 2. Inevitably, when you try to do it that way, the costs go way beyond just saying, oh, it's going to cost 17, so build it in 2 stages. They'll each cost 8.5. It doesn't work like that. You'll probably end up paying, 10 or 20 for the second stage. So it's about us being bold enough to make these decisions. This is not a car park for the next few years. This is a car parking facility for a much longer term. I think because one of the things that we also need to be aware of in terms of this proposal that's come forward is that we have to be, the time for us to be shovel ready for this project is now getting critical. but also the communication time needs to be as short as possible, because, and what's being proposed here is that really no decision is going to come out of this community consultation until the late March, to the council meeting. I look forward to the end of late March and thinking, oh my gosh, I hope if there's any critical commercial decisions that have to be made about go or no go on the anchorage, I hope that they're not falling within the time frame between here and late March. The 3 stories one was attached. The key amenities that are inside this building and inside the design that are being mentioned here, I think that that we should be putting inside as options for things that should be in there, is that in the design elements are that the whole building should be energy positive. And on this, I might remind members, I've copied it to all of you, that, and I believe council is doing the business with Ashley Bland, who might be coming to visit the council here from New South Wales. I met him at the SEGRA conference in Barooga earlier this year, who's working with a lot of councils in New South Wales to generate additional revenue, new sources of revenue within their districts from the generation of power from renewable resources, who will be able to help out on this. But if this whole building is energy positive, in other words, it generates enough wind and solar power electricity to not only cover the operations of the lifts and the lighting and yada yada, but it would also be able to provide significant electric car charging, at least, you know, a floor at a time. But that also the design elements would include a bus station, because I think that it's part of the dialogue that's not being mentioned in this whole community exercise.
Can I just draw your attention to that we are talking about endorsing the draft community engagement strategy, not so much talking about the design of the car park at the moment. We're just talking about the community engagement strategy.
Yes, I appreciate that, Mayor, but what's going into the questionnaires for the survey, and also the background information being given out to the public, which is critical in relation to a very tricky piece of infrastructure to get through the local burgers, is that there's no mention of it being energy positive building, which I think would actually help, and particularly if with advice from people like Ashley, that they're doing this in New South Wales, the opportunity for us to get on board with that. And that's another avenue for repaying the cost of certainly the operational costs, if not the capital costs. There should be a bus station. That should be a hub for public transport in Victor.
Can we put the motion, please? Because we are straying into, I believe that we're straying into areas where the community will give us that feedback of what, that's why we're going out to community consultation. Great ideas, but we're trying to get those ideas flowing in from our community.
Do I have somebody, a seconder for putting the motion? Councillor Schofield, all those in favour of putting the motion? Sorry, all those in favour of putting the motion? 1, 2, 3. Those against putting the motion? No, you can continue on, and
I'll be quick. There are other things in here, but to me, they're talking about this report, right, which we're about to approve, and there's, I think, significant problems with the content of it. But okay, I've said enough. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Just going on from Councillor Glasbrook, I think it's quite imperative that we get the language right, because when you see the background and the purpose, there's more information about the Anchorage proposal and very little about what this whole consultation's about. It's not about the Anchorage proposal, it's about the rest of the proposal. So I think the first 5 lines, I think that should be shortened down to a very short summary of why we've come to this, but the rest of it should be really endorsing the fact that we want the community to get involved in this public consultation about the additional car park that we may consider building. That's what I think we need to re-engineer that statements to give more preference to what, because you only got 3 lines there, which really people will think that we're talking about the Anchorage site. It's not. It's about what we want to do as a council in addition. So if you could just re-engineer that to make it a bit more standing out.
I'm happy to take that on board, and yes, I can look at that. I guess the context of this, the way it has been structured, is our community is acutely aware of the Anchorage development and its proposal, and in their minds at the moment, some of the feedback I've received is that council's trying to actually put a roadblock in the way of the Anchorage development because it now wants to look at its own development, but it's trying not. That's not the context. It's about council has always looked at this site. It may not have been right now, but in the broader context, rather than reducing its opportunities for that site with just the Anchorage development, it needs to look more broadly and engage with the community about the whole site now. So you're right, it's a bit of a reassurance to the community as well. This is not a roadblock for that development. There is some time limits that council needs to move quickly and swiftly in regards to this consultation so that we don't delay that project if it does come to fruition. So to me, the piece of engagement is trying to give the community all of the background and history and put it into context about the whole of the precinct of Victor Harbor and not just the Anchorage site as well.
Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. With respect to this issue, I think we've already limited our public consultation since we did not go out to the public sector the private sector first to see what we could actually develop and what those costs were and what all those options were. And that was the way council voted to do it, not how administration intended it, but that was the vote that we chose to go out to public consultation first. And realistically, because of that, we cannot expect that this consultation will act as a vote where we do exactly what the majority of the community say, because the community doesn't have all the information, because it's still being currently obtained, because it was after this process that information was set to be released to us and obtained. So I think the best that this consultation is to do is just to get the idea out there, get people talking about it, discussing it, and listening out for developments and engaging with the idea. And of course, we'll consider the feedback that comes back, but it'll be general at the best. And I think we have to really keep that in mind when considering it, because at the end of the day, as the elected members, it's our responsibility to take all the information into account and decide accordingly. So I think just keep that in mind.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Charles.
As I said at one of the meetings we had, informal gatherings, and I referred to the Playford City car park. I don't understand how they can build for $7.4 million and have 361 car spaces. It's 6 stories high, and quite frankly, the thing's barely being used, considering the fact that the first 3 hours are free, and if you stay for 4 hours, it's $1. They couldn't make it any easier for 93,500 people that live up there
once again,
to use the facility.
Sorry,
Well, where are
Councillor
we
Charles,
getting
can
our?
I just
I'm
interrupt for a
about to
moment?
explain that.
We are talking about the draft community engagement strategy. We're
draft
not talking
community-
about the development of the car park or what it's going to look like or what it's going to have in it. We're talking about how we engage with our community. As Councillor Mann said, we don't have anything to start with, and so this is an engagement process to get that going. So can we please keep the debate about the recommendation and not about what we want with a car park?
I think we need to focus on why it is that if we contribute $12 million to their $5 million, we end up with a $17 million car park. Where does that figure come from when the number of parks we've got is way less than that? How is it going to be of benefit to the city if we build something and have that as another millstone. We've already built a swimming pool for $21.2 million, which could have been built for 16 and been just as good. We're now losing a huge amount of money. We'll discuss that later.
Councillor Littley.
Yes, so contrary to comment over my shoulder here, I wasn't trying to kill debate before, just put it back on track along the lines of what we are discussing here, and that's the community engagement document. I appreciate the work that you put into that, Tim, to go through with a fine-tooth comb, because there is a great deal about language in there that, you know, as a local and as a person who brought this up, you understand what things may be implying or how they might be read by the community. So I'm very pleased that you've gone through that and shown that rigour to do that. I agree with much of the sentiment there of what you said, and I'll in support of yourself there on that.
Thank you. To close debate, Tim, do you want to say anything else? No? In that case, I'll put this to the floor. All those in favour of recommendation 2? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We've done 11.2, which was the loading zone recommendation. So we move to 11.3, 11.3.1, Volunteer Week Small Grants. I'll do this recommendation en bloc. The Council receive and note the Small Grants Program report, and that a panel consisting of the Mayor, elected member nominees to Council's Fleurieu Regional Community Advisory Committee and the Manager of Community Services be established to assess applicants under the 2020 Volunteer Small Week Grants Program, and then recommend to Council applications for funding approval. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Mann, and seconded by Councillor Hales. Want to speak to that, Councillor Mann? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor. My reading of this document is that we've got on offer here $50 or $100, depending on whether you're a group of up to 15 or more than 15 volunteers. And I look at the work involved in all of this and I'm wondering, you know, is this all worth it? And because the amount that's on offer here is not very much. To me, what we do here very well in terms of celebrating volunteers is what we put on in the council's foyer here. Surely would cost the council a lot less, and we might get a better result out of putting on a large celebration for all of the people rather than dishing them out $50 or $100.
The celebration that we have in the foyer here is for the council volunteers specifically, and I know that there's in the past the small grants that have gone to, so for example the CFS, the small grants that have gone to them, they've put on a barbecue and sausage sizzle for all of their volunteers. Various groups have put on morning teas, and often they will invite the councillors to come with them and talk about their groups. So it's a way of showing appreciation with the small bit that we give them to put on a morning tea.
Well then, Mayor, why don't we just, we know the groups, why don't we just send them a cheque? I mean, because look at the amount of administrative work that goes on to say yay or nay to $50 or $100 to all of these groups. And I'm saying, you know, we'll simplify the process.
We do send them a cheque.
Just send them a cheque, yeah, the whole lot. You know the groups, just send them a $50 or $100 cheque. Why do we go through applications, assessing them, soaking up staff time? I mean, wow. To me, it doesn't make sense.
Councillor Littley.
It makes sense to me. It gives you an opportunity to audit your volunteer groups out there and see how engaged they are. it's an opportunity. These morning teas are an opportunity, much more than just to say thank you for their service, but for them to attract new members as well and spark that interest in volunteering. So it makes sense to me to have individual opportunities rather than a big group one and bring everyone in together. It gives those volunteer groups a chance to then engage with other people to bring them in to support their operations. So that's, I support the program as it is.
Yep. Councillor Schofield?
Yes, I do support the program, and I'll use Zontra as one of the organisations that normally put in an application. Those women attend meetings like we do. It's all very business-like. For them to receive some funding to bring their members together in a more informal and relaxed atmosphere is very important to them, and they really appreciate it. I also know that there are other groups around Victor Harbor that appreciate the support the council give through this process. While it may be meaningless to some people, it means a huge amount to others. And I don't think any one of us regret any time that we have to meet to actually go through the applicants. We don't regret it. It actually gives us quite a pleasure, and it does give us an insight into the many volunteer groups that are around, and quite often some of them are small.
Does anybody else want to contribute to the debate? If not, Councillor Mann, do you want to close? No. I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Now, I do note that it's 9:30, so to continue, I will need a 2/3 majority of council. No, I need a resolution, sorry, to continue. If somebody would like to make the motion, put the motion, and put the motion to continue, Councillor Kemp.
Yes, Mayor Jenkins.
And somebody seconding that, Councillor Robertson. All those in favour?
Are we going to debate that motion? Or?
Do you want to debate the motion? I think it's pretty clear, but if you're happy to
continue, but I don't want to sit here until 1 o'clock in the morning. I think it's ridiculous and it's terrible on our staff. And, you know, we've got to try and bring things back into order a little bit. That's my opinion.
Yep. Okay. Would you like to speak? You'd like to certainly.
Yeah, I would like to speak to it because, again, I'm the same. I'm quite happy to continue on, but I have a responsibility to myself, my own safety, to make my way to Adelaide and back daily, and that means getting up nice and early. So when we do drag on into 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, it's quite an impact on myself, and it's something that I'm sure that the council wouldn't support myself being put in, you know, unnecessary health risks by staying out. So yeah, 9:30 press on, but I wouldn't want to be here past midnight.
Councillor Schofield?
Look, I do agree. I think we do need good debate, and that's what we get. But I'm just looking at 4 hours and we're, not even halfway through our agenda. So I think as professional people, we need to step up to the plate and be a bit more professional in our deliberations.
Anybody else want to debate that? If not, I'll put that to the floor. We continue. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. So we now go to the Victor Harbor Community Grants Program, which is very similar to the previous volunteer grants program. The recommendation that we receive a note the program report and that a panel be established to assess applications under the Community Grants Program and recommend applications for funding approval. Would someone like to move that way en bloc? Carol Schofield and Marilyn Henderson seconding that. Either of you like to speak to it? Anybody like to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. Environment and Infrastructure Service, nothing, no reports on corporate and customer services, no reports for council decisions around information or library customer services or business units. So we have 13 Environment and Infrastructure Services, Lease Property Charter, the concept draft. And I'd just like to highlight that this is a concept draft, and the recommendation too is that council refine the lease draft charter, including cost estimates, and return to council for consideration. You're going to move both the recommendations, Councillor Kemp?
Yes, I'll do that.
You'll do that. Does someone want to second those recommendations en bloc? Councillor Schofield, thank you. Councillor Kemp, do you want to talk to them?
Yes, just a couple of questions to start with first, because I may do a variation depending on the answers. I want to have a more understanding around the cost estimates. What cost estimates are we looking at in this draft document? Because I guess I'd get that answer first.
Thank you, through the Mayor. It's more or less if council looks to change its practices or its intent, looking at what the cost implications of implementing those changes will be on all of its leased properties that would impact on. So I'm assuming council would want to be able to have that information to make an informed decision about what it, how it applies its leasing. And I think the item you raised before in your email about the Building Fire Safety Committee requirements and council's obligations. So there are provisions that the council could oblige upon its tenants, or there's other provisions the council actually is responsible for itself, and then having a look at what those cost implications are for council.
Because what I'm trying to understand, CEO, is that when will this charter become off the draft board and onto an actual document that will be enhanced? Because I think it's a draft as it is quite good, and I think it really clarifies clearly around some areas. But if we're going to be waiting, it's been since August last year that this draft document is supposed to be, resolution was put. What I'm trying to get at is how much more time before we enact upon anything, if we go to be looking at costing changes, for example, to public safety in the caravan park with fire safety systems, which is not in there. If you go wait for costings on that, that could take months. So I'm just trying to clarify in my mind. That means the charter won't get endorsed until you get all those costings. Is that correct, or I misunderstood you?
Yeah, no, I don't think it'd not be looking to get it endorsed. We just need to have an indication of what potential those costings would look like. So we're not going to have all the detailed information. My intent would be that Glenn's team would be looking to incorporate any changes and amendments that we get from the members and reworking it, and hopefully coming back with a final draft for our February meeting. And yes, unfortunately, it has taken some time to get through, but there's been a number of other work priorities, and this was an item that wasn't as part of the planned schedule of works.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that the cost estimates won't slow up the process if you're looking for that process, because there are some items that needs to be addressed immediately in my mind, and I don't want to see that, because that's public safety is at risk. So I think I endorse the charter as it is, not endorse, I support the lease charter and refinement of it. But I am concerned about whether we need to have the cost estimates in there, because I think that will come as a normal process of when something needs to be upgraded and costed out, and that will come to council in its way. But why wait now, to hold up the draft document before we actually bring it back to council? So if you're saying that you can get the cost estimates done by February council meeting?
Well, it may not be able to get all the cost estimates done, but it doesn't actually say that we're not going to bring it back for your endorsement without, that we have to have the cost estimates. You've made it very clear that you're wanting to progress this as quickly as possible, and that's what we'll look to do.
Okay. All right, just to follow on, I won't do my variations because I was going to bring it back to February meeting anyway in my variation, but reference to the fire safety systems and things like that, it's really in the language how we use it, because there's certain things within the industry of fire safety. You have no, sorry, what I'm trying to say is that you have no actual change to what you want to do. It's quite prescriptive what you have to do is legislated, and you can't worry about whether we go approve it or not approve it. That's why the language has to be correct in the charter, because there are certain things that you have to comply to automatically, and timeframes are very important in these areas. other areas of council's issues around leasing out buildings and maintenance and repairs and stuff like that, which are not public safety requirements, can take time, but other areas need to be done more efficiently. So I'll support this as it is at the time, and you do have my suggestions of changing some of the statements in there, so we'll wait and see when it comes back in. But we'll certainly have some more conversations after tonight, and I'll support it as it is.
Thank you. Councillor Schofield, did you want to say anything? A seconded? No? Does anybody else want to say anything? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, just an item in the charter application, number 5 on page 190. I presume that where it says lease preparation, that's what the title is, there should be the word "all" between "of" and "the." So the fourth word should be "all." The legal costs, should it not, or is it my mistaken?
It may well be. I'm happy to take a note of that as part of the draft and look to make sure it's correctly worded.
And the commercial leases at the end of the document, I presume that the inspection of council will be at the lessee's costs. That's for commercial premises. And lastly, I think it's a great proactive schedule process. Will greatly improve building management. I think it's good stuff.
Any further debate on that? You want to close the debate, Councillor Kemp, or?
Yeah, I'll just say I think it's a good document. I think it certainly has a lot of meat on the bones already. There are some things in there which needs more clarification at a later date. I certainly need to look at debating around the audit process in fire safety, 5 years, because there's always annual inspections that has to be done anyway under certain requirements. So, but that's not recorded in here. That will come under I guess some type of procedures that will come out of this. I would presume, CEO, that there's certain aspects that have to be followed up. I guess that's part of your regime of doing annual inspections, for stuff. All right. No, apart from that, I think it's a great document and well done to the team that put it together.
Thank you. I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Encounter Bay Recreation Ground.
Mayor, I'd like to declare a perceived conflict of interest in this matter on the grounds that I'm reasonably heavily involved in the planning in and around Encounter Bay Football Club and the sporting precinct there. I would like to remain in the chamber and just not vote on this matter.
Encounter Bay Recreation Ground pedestrian access. I will do this recommendation, each one separately. The first one is that Council receive and note the Encounter Bay Recreation Ground pedestrian access report. Councillor Robertson, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Any debate on that, receiving the report? If not, yep.
Clarification, is Councillor Litley allowed to stay in the room and not vote?
Yes, he is. If he's declared a perceived conflict of interest, perceived and actual, there's different ways in which they can apply that to either stay in the chamber, leave the chamber, vote or not vote. The material conflict is you have no choice, you must leave the chamber and you cannot vote.
Is there any debate on that, receiving the report? If not, all those in favour of receiving the report? Those against? It's carried, thank you. Recommendation.
Just a question. If someone doesn't have a conflict, a perceived conflict of interest, can they still sit here and refuse to vote? You can't remain in the chamber, can you?
No, you can't, because you've not, the declaration that they have a perceived conflict of interest and declaring what that is that triggering mechanism to which they can then advise the chamber as to how they plan to deal with that matter. They could have a perceived conflict of interest and leave the chamber and not vote. They can have a perceived conflict of interest and remain in the chamber and choose not to vote. So that's that trigger. But if you're in the chamber and you haven't declared a conflict of interest, you must vote.
No, I didn't realise that, but that trigger is there. But surely he can vote because he has an interest in common. I don't feel that there's any problem with.
It's up to him whether he does or he doesn't. It's a perceived conflict of interest. The second recommendation is that council consider the allocation of funding to design and construct a pedestrian crossing on Armstrong Road adjacent to the Encounter Bay Recreation Ground and Ewan Terrace of $60,000 in the draft 2021 capital budget. Do I have someone to move that way? Councillor Schofield, thank you. And Councillor Henderson, thank you. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Schofield? Councillor Henderson? Does anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Kemp and then Councillor Robertson.
Just a question, thanks, Mayor. I look at the price of $60,000. This is items which are common around the country, and the designs have already been done. I don't see how we can spend $60,000 on designing something which is a common thing and built every day. So I don't, if you could answer that question, please. I can understand maybe drawing up some plans for about 20,000 or something to do that, but the plans and designs have already been built.
Glenn?
Yeah, through the Mayor, they're just a concept plan. It's not detailed, firstly, and if there's road lighting to go in and there's need power, or it could be a solar option as well, they need to be considered. So it's not just part of the concrete protuberance being the pedestrian refuge, it's the associated power requirements.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Kemp?
I suppose, yes, thank you very much. I would maybe in future references that we could have a bit more detail in what goes into the design so we understand why there's that amount of money. You know, you talk about lighting and other things, I can understand why the costs are higher, but I may have missed that in the commentary. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I think I was going to ask Director Sanford exactly the question he just answered, and that was that I didn't see anything in the, there's no point in putting that crossing there if there isn't lighting, because in the middle of winter it is definitely going to need to be lit, and I hope it'll be done with solar lighting.
Yeah, that'll be part of the design. So this money of $60,000 is for the design and construction for next financial year. What you see attached in attachments B is C, sorry, and D is just a concept overlay over the aerial. That's all that is. That's all that is showing. It's not the final design. But the design will pick up the lighting requirements. It will need to be lit. I would be surprised if not.
Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I think this is an excellent thing to consider in our budget deliberations for the next financial year. I think it's definitely something that's needed eventually in the lifetime of the sporting complex. And I think it's also important to, I guess, keep in mind whether this be done in consideration with the Gillespie Land Basketball Stadium and Sporting Precinct, because that'll obviously need to be connected to the existing precinct in some way. So I think exciting developments in that area and definitely something to consider.
Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Charles?
I'd just quickly say that with the 5 road roundabout, students are constantly trying to negotiate that on their way to or from school, and I've seen it so often. It's particularly busy when the students are there with cars also doing pickups. And this is an excellent resolution to the whole thing. It's just natural. I can't see it needs to go anywhere else. And I'm 100% in favour of 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schofield, do you want to close the debate? No one else has got anything to say? In that case, I'll put it to the floor. All those in favour of recommendation 2? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Recommendation 3, administration liaise with club representatives at the Encounter Bay Recreation Ground, investigated college staff and staff at Victor High School to determine the need and best route for a shared path connection between these sites. Councillor Schofield moving that way. Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. And the fourth recommendation, that council consider the allocation of funding to undertake a design of a shared pathway connection between Victor Harbour Oval and Encounter Bay Recreation Ground through the Bacchus Road in the draft 2021-22 capital budget. Someone want to move that way? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Charles. Either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Charles.
And really, there's most of the pathway is already there. It's just little bits and pieces, adjoining pieces and ways through. I like the idea also because it'll be a calming influence on traffic. It's 60 kilometres per hour through there anyway, but it'll even dull down the traffic a little bit more. So you know, it's a good move.
Anybody else want to speak to that? If not, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. No reports for council decisions under operations or under infrastructure. We now have 14 minutes of council committee meetings. The first one is the Southern Communities Transport Scheme Advisory Committee meeting. Would someone like to move that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And seconded by Councillor Hales. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Subsidiaries and representative reports. The subsidiaries, Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre Authority, first quarter budget review. And in looking at the budget review, it's great to see that the Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre are tracking in accordance with their budget. So would someone like to move that recommendation en bloc? Councillor Schofield, thank you. And Councillor Hales, thank you. Do either of you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp?
Yes, I just want to bring, when you look at this report, it is a very interesting report, the fact that considering how this was built and the ongoing cost to the community, at the moment, there's operating deficit $643,560, and that's the September quarterly review. Now, the operating deficit before council contributions, 1.3 million, or sorry, 1,318,315. That's $3,611.91 a day in deficit. I'm not quite sure how we take these reports seriously from these subsidiaries, because there is a burden on the community, and I know the board is trying to do its best as a new board to try and reduce those costs. But when you look at the financial statements and reports, it actually starts to look 730,711 deficit in 2021, blowing out to 745,000 in 21-22. And if you add the horse tram, the whale centre and the visitor information centre costs going up, that brings us up to $1.7 million a year, comes straight off our budget in deficit for those subsidiaries. I think the council, if we're moving forward in strategic thinking and planning for the future, we need to reduce these debts. No, they're not debts, they're deficits. To reduce these deficits down where they're more manageable, so we have more funds available. So I think when we get these reports and we look at the various aspects of these community programs, services as we call them, whatever you want to call them, I reckon they're a business undertaking because you charge a fee for people to use them. I think we need to run them like businesses and actually even break even to a point. And of course, we'll be having a lot more discussions, but I think we need to take these seriously and really take heed of them and find ways as a council to be proactive into bringing down with clear directions to these subsidiaries or within council itself to reduce some of these deficits, because they are growing to be a burden.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Does anybody else want to speak to the report? Not. Councillor Schofield, do you want to close the debate? Put those recommendations to council. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. We have the representative reports and the recommendations that council receive, and note the representative reports for January 2020. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, thank you. Second by Councillor Schofield. All those in favour of receiving the representative reports? Those against? It's carried unanimously, thank you. The member reports, the Mayor's report, Council receive and note the Mayor's report for January 2020. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Mann, thank you. Councillor Henderson, are there any questions in relation to that report? All those in favour of receiving that report? Those against? That's carried unanimously, thank you. (16.2), the recommendation is that council receive and note the elected member reports. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Kemp. Councillor Hales. Any questions about those reports? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. Number 17, matters of urgency. There are no matters of urgency. 18, questions on notice. 18.1 in relation to Crozier Hill, that's for information only. 18.2, questions on notice, planning and design code, that's for information only. 18.3, traders council rates, that's for information only. Questions without notice? I don't have any questions without notice. Councillor Charles?
I don't have any questions without notice, but I notice that my questions on the situation with the Fife report, which I handed on, which was on notice last meeting and was going to be transferred to this one, has not come up. So I'll send details on about that again for next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Motions on notice, preservation of Main Street traders, 20.1, we've done that one. 20.3, sorry, 20.2. Expenditure relating to the Crozier Hill development. The recommendation is that council receive and note the motion on notice regarding expenditure relating to Crozier Hill development. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield. Seconder. Councillor Kemp. Anyone want to speak about the recommendation to receive and note the motion? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Charles, do you want to propose your motion?
Thank you. Councillors, I place this motion because I believe the community has a lawful right to know the total cost so far of the community purse, to the community purse. I put the motion to highlight that the issue is still unresolved, and regardless of whether the true costs are ever made public, that this matter is guaranteed to be an ongoing until such time as a second development is investigated. Over the last 20 years, Crozier Hill development has become legendary, like the old long-running, excuse me, it must be a bit late, long-running radio serial Blue Hills. It sticks around, festers and boils intermittently, causing community distrust and scepticism. The amount that any internal investigation would cost us is incidental to the money and in-kind costs spent to this time. Although it would be better not to spend, I believe that knowing the total figure would create an urgency within council to complete the investigation of all development approvals. Then council and community can move on. So that was the purpose of this motion. Do I need to read the motion?
read if you would like to.
Well, I'll do it quickly. Administration to please provide council with a tally of all expenditures regarding the Crozier Hill development, that is legal, staff time, travel, consultants and any other unrequested, unlisted items from 2010 to the latest expenditure. The answer to be provided at the final workshop of the budget deliberations 2020-21. And there's a note here from administration that this particular task would require $5,500 to be added to the budget, or sorry, $5,500 to do the necessary calculations. So I put that to you, councillors, and leave it with you.
Do I have some?
Yes, I think in agreement with Councillor Charles that we need to find put this to bed. And one way of doing it is letting the community know that there's been a lot of expenditure put on this. They need to understand where their money's gone to and why. I think it's only important we do that. And of course, the issues around the whole Crozier Hill estate needs to be finalised, and for council as well as staff as well as a whole, and plus for the families out Crozier Hill who have been affected. So I think this has just been open again and transparent about what we're doing and what we've been spending, so people understand that it's just not a simple thing, it's a very complicated issue. So that's why I'm supporting the motion.
I will not be supporting this motion because I presume this would be an investigation into costs over a 20-year period. It's an awful lot of work. I don't believe we have the staff resources to follow this through. It means throwing more money after the money that's already been spent, and I can't see what purpose it will achieve, even though Councillor Charles has said why he's put this motion forward, and I can understand that. But I don't think it actually achieves anything. It just is another cost that we don't need.
Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'll keep it short. I have had probably 0 residents that aren't directly involved in this matter out of 15,000 raise it with me in the 5 years in this chamber. So I agree with Councillor Henderson. This is throwing more money down the hole in something that doesn't need to be done.
Does anybody else want to contribute to the debate? Councillor Charles, do you want to close your debate?
Yeah, just quickly looking at the risk assessment, I see that corporate governance the risk is assessed as high, employee safety high, public safety high, socio-political community issues, reputation is medium, and service delivery is high. Financial management is medium. If we want to continue like this for years on, then by all means, it's entirely up to you people. Perhaps if we hadn't have been battered away and this matter could have been resolved a whole lot earlier if it had been handled better. And that's what I allege. And, you know, I should know. Thank you.
I'm aware that the insurance scheme are, you know, still doing their investigation, but are coming to an end of their investigation. And hopefully this will be finished soon, and we will get a final result. Councillor Charles?
I require a question then. Are not the insurance people just looking at the insurance aspect? They're not looking at anything else. It's purely a matter of minimising a payout. And we wouldn't have the insurance involved if there wasn't a problem. I don't think I'd go to my insurance company unless I had a problem.
If I may respond through the Mayor, no, you're completely incorrect. That is not the case. And insurance or the liability that council has is somewhat different to that of a normal personal everyday insurance of your home or your own accident insurance. It's around the public good of this organisation of decisions that were made 20 years ago, and the investigations have had to actually go back through that 20-year project to identify where there were issues and what may have been done correctly or incorrectly, and that the claims that have been made against council, the only way that the liability scheme can address those is to understand the whole project in its entirety. And as part of the response to those claims and resolving those claims, whether they are supported or not, will be a public explanation as to what actually has occurred, why it occurred, and what resolutions council needs to look to do moving forward, so it can mitigate any responsibilities if it has any. Also to learn from this so it doesn't happen again. So it's very different to your normal liability or insurance claim that you referred to. And we are very nearing completion to this. And yes, it has been a lot more extensive and a lot longer than I would have liked. But in the 2 years that I've been here, I think we've made far more progress than what you've made in the past. I haven't hidden behind anything. I've addressed it frankly and fairly, and I've tried to explain to members and to the community when I can, what I can, and I will still stand by the fact we'll provide a public explanation about this whole exercise in the very near future. And I would like to bring closure, and it may not bring closure for everybody because I know it's affected people differently and personally and privately. I get that very, very clearly, but we will find closure.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm asking another question.
Yep.
Why is it then that it was only the original development that has been investigated by the Fife report, and we didn't look into the other developments? Why was the whole thing stopped short? This is the problem. This is the area of concern to people, and I'm damn sure that nobody's looking for any maladministration or wrongdoings, and if they did find it, what would be the case? And would they report it, and where would council stand on that one?
Again, if I'm able to address that through the Mayor, because I know you're deviating from your agenda.
Well, you are deviating from the agenda, but I will let you answer that. But then we do need to go back to the specific motion at hand. I am aware of the time. The members are aware of the time. We need to deal with what's on the agenda.
So these questions have been asked before, Councillor Charles, by you and also by members of the public. So the Fife report, which came to this chamber, a different group of elected members, specifically articulated what they wanted to look into, and that was a go back through to the original development that was 20 years ago. It did not look at, and I'm assuming you're talking about current developments, Lot 25. It did not do that. The council chose not to do that. They did give me a delegation that if the consultant looked to explore any other aspects that we could do so. That wasn't what was requested, or it didn't pursue that manner. The council could have chosen to at that time, but it did not. It was a resolution of this chamber that it did not. But that report did identify that there were some areas that could have been done better, hence the liability claims, hence the avenue that council chose, or I chose on behalf of the council to pursue with the liability scheme. So we've also answered the question in regards to if there are any claims or were any claims of maladministration, corruption or misconduct, as public officers undertaking the investigation, they're required to report them through the appropriate authorities. We've written to the complainants about that same process. I've advised council about that same process. That process has not changed.
Let's go back to the administration, to the recommendation. Are there any other questions or any further debate in relation to the recommendation? Councillor Charles, do you want to close the debate? Have you got anything you want to sum up?
No. It's it'll just get into a screaming match. So I would like to remind members, if they are tired, they can go home.
I will put the motion to council. All those in favour of recommendation 2? Those against? That's lost. Thank you very much. We have 20.3, a motion on notice, public transport information on council website. Councillor Charles.
This is getting tedious, isn't it? I do apologise to all those people.
And I will do that on block.
Yeah, by all means.
So the So would you like to, actually, no, I can't. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the motion on notice. Thank you. Moved councillor Littley and seconded by councillor Schofield. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Charles, do you want to propose your motion? And you may
Thank
want
you.
to do it on block.
I will do it on block. I'm happy to
And
do
just-
that. I'll read
and-
this through.
And just note that there is an alternative recommendation proposed by administration.
Yes, I'm more than happy with that. The only reason why this has made the agenda, because Director Sanford has done his homework, has done homework for us, and it's excellent. Happy with what he's achieved so far.
So
But
you're happy to move the alternative recommendation? Number 6.
I'd like to read the whole lot, and I'll read also 6, which is what I'll be happy to sit with. That the City of Victor Harbour's official website include all available information by way of links to third-party websites to assist new residents, visitors, and those who no longer have personal private transport. Then an additional subheading under your council information titled Public and Other Transport be added. That a further subheading under your council new residents titled Public and Other Transport be added. That the following transport options be added to the reference: Link SA, service to Adelaide, local Link SA, Dialer Bus, local service, Peninsula Taxis, Orcas Taxis, Airport Flyer, Flurio Bus Hire, Genesis Bus, Wollonga Charters and Victor Tours, and Link SA Tour Hire. Presently, we only speak about our own transport services here, and I think all this information needs to be on the council website for the benefit of the community who are looking up saying, well, where do I go from here? How do I get out of here? Okay, so the alternative recommendation by administration is that information relating to public transport options for the City of Victor Harbour residents and visitors be included on council's corporate website. Victory, terrific. That's it. Thank you.
Someone want to second that? Councillor Littley? You want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'll just say thank you, Councillor Charles, for accepting the alternative recommendation, because I'd leave it with our communications experts to navigate and propose the best ways of transfer of that information through the website. A less complicated way than I think you've explained it there in your original motion. So thanks for taking that one on.
Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Charles, do you want to say anything else to close debate?
Yeah, I think I phrased it that way so that everything would be included and people understand step by step. It was bulky, but it still achieved the result that was required. Council has a duty to residents to consider their health, welfare and comfort. The provision of a seat at bus stops is a minimum fundamental requirement and demonstrates Council's concern for the predominant users.
Hang on. We've got to put the vote first.
Well, I was just, I'm on the next one, am I?
You've gone to
Well,
a
that's
different,
not
you've gone to
surprising.
your next one.
Take it
So we're
away.
looking at the information relating to public transport options for the City of Victor Harbour residents and visitors be included on the council's corporate website. Do you want to say anything else about that?
Just to apologise for going to the next one, but it's been complicated tonight as we've gone back and forth. Thank you.
I'll put that vote to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. We now come to 20.4, a motion on notice, bus stop seating and shelters. Councillor Charles. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the motion on notice report. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Charles, seconded by Councillor Littley. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Councillor Charles, do you want to propose your motion?
Thank you. And I thanked Director Sanford incorrectly. I do thank him now because I had the wrong one, as you're right. For consideration of the 2021 budget, that a full costing be undertaken by administration for 1, the provision of robust, environmentally friendly or recycled quality seating for every bus stop in the City of Victor Harbour. 2, the provision of shelters at every bus stop, and also research if there are any relevant grants that may be available to undertake this project, and if so, the time frame for such a grant. Now that's all been done and I'm very happy with what Director Sanford's organised, so I'll just speak to this. I have several reasons for my motion to provide seating at every bus stop to be included as a priority in the coming 2021 budget. 1, council has a duty to residents to consider their health and welfare and comfort. Provision of a seat at a bus stop is a minimum and fundamental requirement and demonstrates council's concern for the predominant users of the transport who are senior citizens. 2, the bus route with seating at every stop also provides the city with an unofficial walking trail with rest points at intervals so health conscious older persons can set themselves a challenge and take on sections until they become fitter or more confident. This also applies to those who have had surgery and need to walk. 3, walking is the #1 form of exercise worldwide. Getting out of the house is an opportunity to socialise, leading to improved mental health. I'd like elected members to support what I believe is an overdue necessity for a city such as ours, bus stop seating, and to vote for an additional 4 seats, an additional 4 extra seats, 2 to be located at the top of Seaview and Crozier roads, and 2 more halfway up those roads. When council installs these rest points, it creates incentive and encourages more walkers and rewards those who battle up and down these steep footpaths every day. And this also applies to the bus stops going up High Marsh Road. Many people walk up there with their groceries or walk down with their groceries, and it'll just be a blessing if they can stop and take a break and then continue on. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Charles's motion? Councillor Robertson, do you want to speak to it? Does anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Another motion on notice, City of Harbour website, City of Victor Harbour website, Councillor Charles. First recommendation is that Council receive and note the motion on notice report regarding the website. Councillor Schofield and Councillor Robertson. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Councillor Charles, would you like to propose your motion?
I'll simply read it and then I won't speak to it because I think everybody knows where I'm coming from, and I think the administration have some solutions. It's getting late. We've got plenty more to do in the rest of the meeting. My motion was that the City of Victor Harbour administration create a suitable separate web pages within the City of Victor Harbour website to provide a receptacle library for the collection of reports, surveys, consultations, written audio and video presentations so the community are able to self-inform as they wish. Now, the case in point, of course, is the Fife report, which was attached to September's agenda, September 18's agenda, and no one really knew to look for the word Fife or even know that it existed. So that's why one of the reasons why the public haven't been too aghast at what's gone on, because they don't even know about it. So it's been essentially hidden for this period of time. That's all I'll say. I just think that people would like to get to a page where we have confidential information. There could be a video there. Everything that gets released from confidence gets put there immediately, meeting after meeting after meeting, and is slowly built up as a resource and a library, as I've said. Otherwise, people don't know where to find things.
Would someone like to second that motion? Councillor Kemp, do you want to speak to it? No. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I think just as stated within the report that we've been provided, Council provides extensive information. I think the information that I believe Councillor Charles may be broadly referring to in this motion is available, whether that be through the website or through Freedom of Information requests. And I think one thing is important to note is that currently we've all seen the budget bid for next year's financial budget with the inclusion for the Office of the CEO for a communications/accounting 1.0 full-time equivalent. And that's not a budget bid that's been putting up because they want an extra person. That's because the work that they're doing now, they require an extra person. As was stated at the last budget workshop, we found out that when someone leaves, there's not someone to replace them. It's just one person starts doing 2 jobs. So I think to move a motion like this and try and compel the administration to do extra work, which they're already doing, and they're already trying to fix up the website more, and it is new, and we've heard that they will be developing it and making it easier to use, but I think we don't need a motion to this extent to try and just keep putting more work on them without giving the adequate resources as well. So I think we really have to be wary of what work we're providing them with. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Henderson.
I agree with Councillor Mann. I believe this would require intensive staff resources, which we don't need because I believe all of the information is on the website. You just need a few keywords. Whenever I've done a search with the old website before I became a councillor, and presently if I do a search, all of the information I'm looking for does come up with the relevant keywords. All of the information is already there. I don't think we need to add more work to our administration staff, and we don't need to spend more money.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Does anybody else want to speak? Councillor Charles, do you want to wrap up?
No, there's no need to say more. Thank you.
Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? It's lost. Thank you. Done. 20.6. We now come to 21, motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? Councillor Robertson? Can I just ask, has everybody read Councillor Robertson's email? The reason that I ask is that it's quite, reading it, Councillor Robertson, there's some good information in there, but I wonder whether or not we should take that on notice. I think the members need more preparation, and it's quite complex in its detail for a motion without notice. I would prefer to bring it to the next meeting and members actually have some more information about that so that they can make a recommendation and a vote with more information in mind. So do you mind if we bring that to the next meeting?
Yes, Mayor, I do. That may be your preference. This is a motion that grew out of the last week's Agribusiness Working Group meeting.
I'm sorry, Councillor Robertson. It is my decision whether a motion without notice comes to the chamber at this time. And given the complexity of your motion, my decision is that we take it on notice for the next meeting.
Well, then, Mayor, you can do that, but you're missing an opportunity. But that's your right. I mean, you haven't given us any explanation as to why. It's just that it's complex. Lots of things are complex.
Yeah, it is a very complex motion, and I think that the members all need to have more information which can be provided by staff. I'm not sure that all the members have read the email that you sent round and have understood it, and so my decision is that it will come to the next meeting in February. Are there any other motions without notice? We'll now go to confidential items. Item 22, 22.1. And the recommendation is that pursuant to section 90.2 of the Local Government Act 1999, the Council orders that all members of the public except the Chief Executive Officer, Victoria McCurdy, Acting Director of Community and Development, Mark Brizabilla, Director Environment and Infrastructure, Glenn Sanford, Director Corporate and Customer Services, Karen Rotochinsky, Group Manager Governance and Finance, Kelly Knight-Stacey, and the Executive Assistant, Karina Overall, be excluded from attendance at the meeting for agenda item 22.1 Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre Authority management options. The Council is satisfied that pursuant to Section 93B 1 and 2 of the Act, the information to be received, discussed or considered in relation to this agenda item is information that will disclose Section 93B 1(2). The information provided in this report contains financial and business information that, if disclosed, may result in damage to a party's commercial interests, intellectual property or trade secrets. The Council is satisfied that the principle that the meeting should be conducted in a place open to the public has been outweighed in the circumstances because of B, information, the disclosure of which one could be reasonably expected to confer a commercial advantage on a person with whom the Council is conducting or proposing to conduct business, or to prejudice the commercial position of the Council, and 2, would on balance be contrary to the public interest. Would someone like to move that way, please? Councillor Hales, thank you, and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Hales? Does anybody want to speak to that? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you.